slip out of it entirely. We left at ranking 47 and we've gone down to 78. Our goal is roughly 40,000. That'll put us back higher than we were before, around the 40th placement. And hopefully that will be enough to keep us safe. Let's go ahead and start dueling. It's pretty nerve-wracking going into the final stretch here, as it's totally possible we just lose 3 games in a row and then never reclaim where we even started. But we'll keep on trying. Alright, our opening hand, a little bit lackluster, but we are at least able to get some cards out and draw them next turn. Better to have gone first than to go second and only be able to set a monster and pass. Welcome. I am playing Ancient Forces. I was playing Resonance for the first day of the event, but then switched over after a really disappointing loss streak during the second day. We see Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius coming out, and it is a mirror match. I'm unfortunately going to be taking a ton of damage here. We do have our own Dragius to try to counteract this. Let's see what we draw. Dream Drummer is only 1 low-level monster. That's not going to be good enough unless we use the monster reincarnation. And we need to grab the low-level monster with it. So we need a monster reincarnation, and we're going to need to use a low-level monster if we want to succeed. We can either keep Dragius or set the Ghost Cyclone and draw 5. I feel like Dragius is a little bit too valuable to give up, so we are going to toss Ghost Cyclone and get our Kana back into the hand. Then we can set Kana a second time, and we'll summon out both Burning Blaze and Clear Ice Dragon. Let's use our skill to ditch a low-level monster from our hand and send a Clear Ice to the graveyard. We want to avoid drawing into tribute monsters next turn because we already have Dragius in hand. We just need fodder so we can actually get our cards out. Thunder the Thunder goes down. Unfortunately, we were not able to clear their board or remove the Lamoon from their graveyard. So there's a really good shot that they actually are going to break through this board. They set, but that could be a sign of an incoming tribute summon. We cannot count our chickens before they hatch. Let's draw for turn. Interesting. We can bring out Dragius here and make a push. Let's Speedy Performer. We'll use the effect and boost Burning Blaze Dragon. Tribute Summon. Let's activate our skill and get another monster into the graveyard. Oh, we already have all of them. Summon Lamoon, and then bring out Burning Blaze Dragon. With a 3200 attack point, Burning Blaze Dragon, Dragius is safe from any incoming destructions. Widespread Ruin. We enter the battle phase. The goal is to get in for 3200 damage using Burning Blaze Dragon. They have a trap card. It is still Widespread Ruin, but we are at least able to keep our best monster on the board. Let's destroy their monsters and see what happens. They have 2 cards left in hand, and both of them should be low-level monsters. Unfortunately, we are actually in a pretty perilous position. A single Ancient Arise Dragon can end us. Hammer Crush Deal. It's not an Ancient Forces deck, but it is. It's aggro with an Ancient Arise Dragon. With Hammer Crush Deal, they're able to destroy our face down. And if they make a big push this turn, we could lose. They set 2, but there's no tribute summon. It's our move. Phoenix Dragon. This is actually pretty useful because it can let us get rid of some of their cards with Clear Ice Dragon if we decide to go for that route, which I think we should. Let's go ahead and summon Lamoon and establish our board. Ancient Arise Dragon. Next up is Phoenix Dragon. We ditch a card and we get back Clear Ice Dragon. Then, Clear Ice Dragon can return Phoenix Dragon to our deck. With this, we are able to return 2 of my opponent's cards into the deck. I can either pick the Currybot or the 2 normal monsters. I'm going to pick the 2 normal monsters. Try to turn off the Seahorse Carrier. Wait, but Currybot's a weaker card, so I should probably go for that instead. I'd rather them draw a dead Currybot than another monster with an actual attack point. We are running out of cards in deck, so we should use Ancient Arise Dragon to shuffle 2 back. Then we shuffle the deck and can mill one with Dragius. We lose Widespread Ruin, which is terrible, but we can at least boost Clear Ice Dragon, and we will not be sending a card to the graveyard. Enter the battle phase. Alright, so we swing in for 3,000, and they had another Light Aqua, so it's good we got rid of the Currybot, as Seahorse Carrier was going to be live either way. We'll see what they put out. We know they have a Hammer Crush, and here it comes. They are making a real push. Currybot to the graveyard. So if they drew 2 Currybots, they're going to be able to use the effect. They set. That's not a Currybot though. Do they tribute summon? This is their shot. A Summon Skull that's able to clear the Ancient Arise Dragon. Interesting. We do have 2 Phoenix Dragon in the deck, but we don't find it. We actually don't find any tribute monsters. And that can get really rough really quickly. If they have a Phantom Bind, we actually aren't able to clear. Unless we use Speedy Performer. Okay. Let's go for it. Oh, but that leaves us with a 400 attack point monster on the board. That's very dangerous. If I were to Speedy Performer, I can get up high enough though. 1, 2, 3 dragons in the graveyard. This is a risk, but I know they have a trap card of some sort to stop us, so we need to play something. Ancient Forces and boost up. We are not sending any more cards to the graveyard, and we enter the battle phase. Swing in for 500. Now we can risk it. If this is a 0 defense monster, we can win. It's barrier, we go down to 0. That is dangerous. We can take up to 1,400 damage here. It's only 200 defense. That's not too bad. Let's take it out with Dragius and clear the board. We're obviously in a bit of a rough spot. If a 7-zone Magician comes down, or even Dragius, we take a ton of damage. This could be game. Did I throw? we need to do is survive this turn. They set a card, but they have to be tribute summoning if they use the Seahorse Carrier. It's Ancient Arise Dragon, that's 3,000 attack. And a Kanon as well. Right, we know they have a lot of Aquas in the graveyard. Wait. They're not going for game. Do they have 5 dragons? 1, 2. Only 2. I will not be using the card. Alright, then Speedy Performer. How many Aquas are in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's okay. We will let this through. Our life points are getting quite low though. We draw some tribute monsters. We know they don't have Widespread Ruin anymore, so we can make a real push. One, 2. Next. Okay. Dream Drummer, activate the effect, returning a Dream Drummer. We can then gain 500 life points and put one of their curry bots back in the deck. I gain life. Next, I summon Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. We should have a Clear Ice Dragon and a Burning Blaze Dragon in the deck. We activate the effect. And we turn 2 monsters. 1, 2. This is going to destroy their Sword Diva. Then we just put a Phoenix Dragon back so we can get rid of the other Curry Bot by putting Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. I return Curry Bot. I summon out Seahorse Carrier and Clear Ice Dragon. Finally, my skill will activate. I boost Clear Ice Dragon up to 2,600. And I will not be sending anything to the graveyard. Battle phase. This is our chance to win. I swing in. But we're running out of time. There are only 25 seconds on the clock, and my attack isn't going through. The internet connection could cost us the game. How many dragons do we have in the graveyard? Very few. But they only have 1,600. We swing. And it's a Curry Bot. This is game. Welcome, Fate Zero. You're joining us at a very intense time. We managed to win our first game of the day. And that will get us just a little bit closer to our goal. And with 1,100 points, we must have been playing against a very high-ranked player. Let's go for another round. Welcome, Stanford. That is the second event, or the second game in the festival I've won with the red numbers flashing on my screen, telling me I have no time remaining. Yeah, the Rush Festival has definitely gotten me to be a little bit more consistent with that stream schedule. I will probably be taking a break for a couple days after this ends, of course, and this is not looking great. We probably just want to set up for future turns, so let's put a Speedy Performer in there for Dream Drummer, and then a Aqua for Any future seahorse carriers we draw. We are looking for high-level monsters, though. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what they start with. It's a Dragonic Slayer. We are fighting Resonance. If this is all they do, we can make a comeback. So far, so good. Sports Dragon picture in the grave. Show me high-level monsters. A Burning Blaze Dragon is actually good enough. So first, Phoenix Dragon. Then we summon Burning Blaze Dragon. Now we activate our skill and perform the combo. Burning Blaze Dragon sends my monster to the graveyard. Clear Ice Dragon. Finally, Phoenix Dragon activates the effect, and we ditch Ghost Cyclone for the Clear Ice Dragon. Clear Ice Dragon comes down, and we can use its effect as well. This returns Phoenix Dragon to the deck, and I should have actually kept the Ghost Cyclone, unfortunately. Because now I'm going to have a card left in hand. But Phoenix Dragon is a pretty valuable card, so keeping it around may not be a mistake. We enter the battle phase, and we take out the two monsters. End turn. We have a Phoenix Dragon to revive a dragon on our next round. Gotta love how diverse the meta is. Yeah, I mean, you have Dragonic Resonance and Ancient Forces. That's like double the amount of good decks. Phoenix Dragon or Dragonic Slayer. I guess the Ghost Cyclone was gonna get popped regardless of what I did. But I did leave them with a monster on board. If they found another high level, we are able to get kind of blown out by having them destroy two monsters here. Dragrite comes down, and it's Dragonic Resonance. That is good enough to clear out both of these. Will they flip the final monster? They do not. They have a Sports Dragon, so we kind of want to use another Clear Ice Dragon to clear out those Sports Dragons from the graveyard. An interesting hand, Seahorse Carrier, is going to be a huge help. We want to start with that right away. Grab our extra card, and take La Moon. We do have a Speedy Performer, so we can actually avoid going for the Clear Ice Dragon. Dream Drummer. Oh, I should have summoned the normal monster first. I could have gained 500 life. But I will at least get to shuffle away Sports Dragon Slugger. Let's go ahead and bring in Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. Then La Moon. And Phoenix Dragon. Tribute out Burning Blaze Dragon. Check the graveyard. We have one of each, so we can use Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. Let's go ahead and return a card from the graveyard into the deck. Clear Ice Dragon and Burning Blaze Dragon combine their powers to destroy Dragonic Slayer. Then, we already have one of each, so we can activate our skill without needing to send anything to the graveyard. I set a card face down and enter the battle phase. Now, do we push for 28 or take the safe play? I'm gonna play safely. I want the guaranteed 1200, though it seems to punish me. I could have dealt another 1600 damage here. With Flame Cerberus, Pyro will surely be meta. Absolutely. Pyro is actually the best deck in the game. Everyone has just chosen not to bring it because it would be unfair to all of the opponents. They set 4 and pass. No, they set 5. They drew 2 back row. But we draw Dragias, which is exactly what I was looking for. 1 and 2. Set a monster and summon Clear Ice, and we have a Phoenix Dragon, so we can use its effect. Let's go ahead and activate it, returning the Phoenix Dragon into the deck and getting rid of their Sports Dragon one more time. Next, we activate the skill. Send a card to the graveyard? No. I don't think we will. We want to draw tribute monsters on later turns. Let's go ahead and activate Dragius. We need to be able to attack 4 times if we want to win the game. And do we boost Ancient Arise Dragon or keep it safe? I think this is good enough. Let's battle. A Widespread Ruin will destroy my weakest monster if they have it. 1 and 2. And this could be game, but I am expecting them to have something here. It's a barrier. And they can shuffle back their Dragonic Slayer. This is a good tech to give you extra copies of high-level monsters. They choose Phoenix Dragon, which makes sense as well. They survive with just 400 life. And they concede. We get a second win. Skill banlist incoming. It is quite possible we are going to see some of these cards getting hit in the near future. I could see, for example, a limit 3 or a limit 2 on one of the Ancient Arise cards, just to nerf consistency a little bit. Dragonic Resonance probably is going to be skill-based, rather than anything going on the ban list. Personally, my belief is that they are going to make it so that you have... I'm going to guess that Resonance is going to be nerfed to only buffing 1 monster. Alright, we are up first, which we like to see. And this is a pretty solid opening hand. Let's draw for turn. And we can even set up our combo if we want. 1, 2, 3. And do we summon the Burning Blaze Dragon? I think so. My plan is to set up the skill as early as possible. 1. And send Clear Ice Dragon. Alright, let's see if this is good enough. At the start of the stream, we were around 78. They have a Ghost Cyclone. That's unfortunate. But a pitcher comes out, so this could be a Resonance deck also using Cyclone. Bunker Strike. But they lose a Phoenix Dragon, so this isn't terrible. Getting rid of their boss monsters early is always a good plan. Rafflesia says Slayer to 0. I don't think that's going to happen. They are thinking pretty hard about what to send with the Bunker Strike. They do have both Sports Dragon in the graveyard, so we do want to see another Clear Ice Dragon plus a Phoenix of our own, so we can start shuffling those away. I also have a pretty good shot of being able to actually clear my board. All they need is some low levels. They do choose bottom of the deck, and if I had to guess, the reason that they are taking so long is that they are getting rid of a ton of high-level monsters. They set a card. Dragonic Resonance. So we are going to keep something around, which is always nice. We take 1,000. And we draw for turn. Hopefully we get something good. Those are good cards, for sure. Unfortunately, we can't go Cyclone, so we might need to discard it in the near future. We don't have any vanillas in the graveyard, so we start with Clear Ice Dragon. Then we can finally Seahorse Carrier. And get another monster back. Let's Phoenix Dragon it up. And exchange Ghost Cyclone for the Burning Blaze Dragon. Next up, we summon a Dragius. 1 and 2. And that's going to trigger Clear Ice Dragon, as we just got rid of Phoenix Dragon. We return this to the bottom of the deck, and both of their sports dragons are now gone. We set Kana and summon out Burning Blaze Dragon. Finally, at the end of this entire combo, we activate our skill, Ancient Forces. We boost Burning Blaze Dragon to play around the barrier, and we can send a monster to the graveyard to shuffle the deck, and get those Phoenix Dragons shuffled back around. Activate Dragius, and we enter the battle phase. Swing with Dragius. Widespread Ruin activates, but we are safe. We are able to destroy both monsters with Dragius, and then swing in with Clear Ice Dragon. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I think they're probably going to do it again in a few months, so if you weren't able to compete this time, feel free to give it a shot during the next event. Hopefully the meta will be a bit more diverse for you as well. Triad Drago, they get to draw a card. Unfortunate, as now they actually can get a double boss monster board again. And I've lost all of my Clear Ice and Burning Blaze Dragons, so my odds for finding a high level monster are fairly low. Do they have a high level? They're tribute summoning? Oh, it's probably Dragius. That's why they activated the skill early. Interesting. Will they choose to crash? I mean, it's gotta be worth it, right? Especially if you have another monster. That's a ton of damage. Alright. It's all going to come down to my next draws. I'm taking... Wait, am I alive? I think I should be. I take 3,500, but I'm hanging in there. Their field is weak. If I can establish a strong board here, it's over. Let's see what I draw. We need Destiny on our side. 2 trap cards. Phoenix Dragon. La Moon. Activate the Phoenix Dragon. I send Phantom Bind to the graveyard, and I will take... Wait. No. That doesn't work. I was trying to get back a low-level monster, but I can't do that. I should have kept the trap card. That's no good. I misplayed. If I had 2 trap cards, I would have had protection against a Dragonic Slayer. I'm gonna summon out the Clear Ice. We can at least clear the board and get rid of any sports dragons they have in the graveyard. Which I'm pretty sure they do. No, they don't. I thought they had one. In any case, I'm putting the Phoenix Dragon back. Let's return a card to the deck. We're just gonna give them a Winged Dragon. This is bad. If I had 2 trap cards, I would be fine. Oh, what a throw. I totally had game here. It wasn't lethal, but with 2 trap cards, it would have been really difficult for them to establish the board they need to beat me. Now all they need is a single Slayer, and we haven't seen any of them yet. Pitcher. They have a monster. And Twin Edge Dragon is very dangerous. And there it is. Dragonic Slayer. I threw this game. We could have been 3-0. Just imagine if we had the face down Phantom Bind here. That is a rough thing to deal with. But it's okay. Knowing that we could have won means we aren't out of contention. We simply will not make the same mistake next time. So let's go ahead and jump back in. I guess the rough part is that a loss is kind of like 2 wins, because we need to win the next one to get back to where we were, and then win a second time to have the points we would have had we won the first game. I set my cards and pass. Do I run Recital? I've been thinking about cutting it because it doesn't work against Resonance. Yeah, I think Resonance is the deck you need to be paying the most attention to. So I would go ahead and cut it if I were you as well. Is this the rematch? I feel like this is the same player. Here comes Dragonic Slayer. But if that's their only monster, we could be okay. They destroy my Aqua. Let's see what we draw. We need some high levels. But we don't find anything. All we can do is set. This card's going to get destroyed, but we need to draw more. Oh, this is so over. It's Bunker Strike, but I'm surprised they attributed a Twin Edge off for it. Let's see what they are going to do. I'm expecting them to put the cards back on the bottom if they take so long to think, but they do go for the top deck. Now, outing a 2 boss monster board is pretty difficult, especially when they get the free pop with Slayer and I still have no monsters. Yeah, I'm also taking 2,800 damage. We had started off so well, but we're right back to where we started. I don't see a way we win this one. Let's see what we draw. White Spread of Ruins, not going to do it. Let's just move on to the next game and not let the loss get us down. Rush Duel. Time for game number 4. We're 2-2, so about where we started, which is fine. I'm up second. And we do at least get a high level monster for this one. What do we want to see? I mean, we want to see them draw 5 high level monsters. But a clear ice dragon looks like it's the mirror match. Ancient forces sending the other one to the graveyard. And then a tribute set and a face down. Very interesting. La Moon. Unfortunately, we really wish we had a clear ice dragon instead. Because we're not able to crash into the clear ice dragon with our own. We are gonna do what we can though. Activate the effect, Phoenix Dragon. We will ditch, I guess, the Dream Drummer. Grab a clear ice. Summon out Clear Ice Dragon and use its effect, putting our Phoenix Dragon back into the deck and getting rid of their Aqua monster. We'll throw down the other Phoenix Dragon and battle. If they have widespread, it is what it is. And they do have something. Because we can't clear a clear ice dragon if they do widespread us. Oh, it's Recital. We swing in, it's gonna crash. And we pass turn. This is what I mean, where if we had the clear ice dragon to start, we would have had an 1800 attack point monster capable of clearing out their monster. But now we're kind of stuck. Have I ever raged playing the game? I mean, if you saw yesterday's stream, that's probably the worst it's been. Monster Reincarnation, they are popping off. Wow. Oh, you see, if they had a really good hand, they could have even summoned a 2 tribute monster. So, I mean, I'll take this. It's not ideal. But this board feels like it could actually be beaten. Though maybe not with another set card. And we're losing our cards from the graveyard. If this was a Kanon, or just a Race Princess, we would have actually been able to keep it alive. Which is interesting to think about. Alright, I take the 300 and 14. It's my move. We draw. Reincarnation is interesting. We can use it to get back the Phoenix Dragon if we really wanted to. I don't think we do though. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We activate the effect, and we use its ability to destroy the Burning Blaze Dragon. 1 and 2. Destroy Burning Blaze, set Monster Reincarnation, and there is still a chance that they have Widespread Ruin here, but it is what it is. We just swing. Alright, we get the kill. And now they have a Thunder the Thunder. So I'm down to 2100, but that doesn't actually matter, because any boss monster was already going to be above 24 anyway. They are down 2 Clear Ice and 1 Burning Blaze. There's always a chance they don't draw any tribute monsters, but if they start with a Hammer Crush, I actually do not mind. All we're losing is a Monster Reincarnation, and they spent 2 cards, including a Dragius, to get rid of that. Imagine if they just summoned Dragius instead and swung in. This is fine. our reincarnation got huge value, even though we didn't even use the effect. Speedy Reformer. They might have a 2-tribute boss monster here. If they did Dragius, they must have something else. It's a second Dragius? That is unexpected. Most players are on 2 copies of Phoenix Dragon. But it's definitely going to pay off for them. That's painful. Let's see if we're able to turn this around. We do find another Ancient Arise Dragon. So we start with Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We'll gain Grace Princess Kana. Summon out Grace Princess Kana. And then Speedy Performer. Unfortunately, we don't have any 1 tributes, so we're not able to set up Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. Dragius comes down, and we're going to boost it up all the way to 2900. Speed Reformer, activate. And then Dragius. Then a Seahorse Carrier. And we do need to be careful a little bit of how many copies of dragons we have in the graveyard. 1, 2, 3. So 3 dragons. That's another one. Okay, so if we hit 500, 29 plus 12. This could be game. But if they have another recital, we are in danger. Let's battle. Swing in. Putting this princess in attack mode is very dangerous. But I didn't want a barrier to end the game on us. It's barrier. But we have just enough attack points for it to not matter. We swing in. And this is what I mean. If I had set the 1400, we would have been threatening, we would have been giving them another turn. This way, we clear out the board. And we managed to claim a victory from the jaws of victory. It was a very close battle, but I feel like we did have an advantage for the majority of that game. So we move on to the next one. Back up to 36,000, and we can make it even further if we win one more time. Goal for the stream is going to be 40,000 roughly. So whether that's half an hour or we play until midnight, I don't mind. Our hand is interesting. It is playable, but it's probably not ideal. We'll see what the opponent goes for first. Setting a couple monsters makes sense. They are going for a tribute summon. Interesting. The turn 1 Ancient Arise makes me think that they probably have back row to back this up. They mill. And they do have back row. I was right. Still. They probably have another level 7 in hand. And what back row do they have? It could be a bluff. It could be a barrier. It could be a recital. There's no real way to know. But I think we do need to just set up our effect and go for what we can. There's not really much we can do, but risk it. Let's go ahead and swing in. Alright, it's probably a spell card. That said, if it's a Ghost Cyclone, they really messed up by sending this drag right to the graveyard, as now they don't get to draw a bonus card. And there aren't many other spell cards that it could be. They bring out a Seahorse Carrier, and unfortunately they are able to use the effect. They've got plenty of cards to mess with me. Speed Reformer. They are just trying to find their level 6 monsters. I don't expect the Seahorse Carrier to actually be sticking around. Monster Reincarnation, ditching for Ancient Arise Dragon. But if they're using Speedy Performer on a card like Seahorse Carrier, it does make me think that they don't have a super strong field coming my way. Ancient Arise, but they still don't have any of the level 6s in the graveyard, so they can't possibly mill both of them. They do get one, but so far, so good. If this is the extent of their power, we should be able to win. In my face down zone, Widespread Ruin. Ancient Arise Dragon goes away. We have a Burning Blaze Dragon. Ready to beat over this Seahorse Carrier. Show me some monsters I can summon. Interesting. A Clear Ice Dragon is progress. Let's activate our skill. Ancient Forces. Burning Blaze Dragon gets boosted, and we send another Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Or do we want to use 2 Clear Ices? We might actually benefit from 2 of them, but it looks like 1 should be fine. So let's send Burning Blaze. Do I have any Psychics? No. Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon activates its effect. I'll go ahead and ditch a Dream Drummer to grab a Clear Ice Dragon. Summon Clear Ice Dragon. Clear Ice Dragon sends Phoenix Dragon back into my deck. And then they are going to have no more Aqua monsters in their graveyard. Next up, we should have another Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard, so I summon out Phoenix Dragon number 2, activate the effect, and ditch the other Dream Drummer. And now we have a full field of dragons. That monster on the side was not tribute set, so it's not a Clear Ice Dragon, and that means our own Clear Ice Dragon is good enough to beat it. They take a ton of damage here. Swing in with Burning Blaze Dragon, and then another 1800. That Widespread Ruin really helped us out. Let's see what they go for. We also still have all of our boss monsters left in the deck, in Ancient Arise Dragon and Dragius, plus with the Monster Reincarnation. Oh, here comes a Hammer Crush. They know it's a trap card, so they go and get rid of that one instead of getting rid of my other threat. But I kind of would rather have my Monster Reincarnation here. I draw. Ancient Arise Dragon is pretty strong. Let's definitely go for it. Oh, but the thing is that I do actually want to play around around Widespread Ruin if I can, which I'm pretty sure I can. Let's go ahead and summon Ancient Arise Dragon. We go 1, 2. Oh wait, but if we actually play it correctly, it doesn't matter if they have the out. What we can do is destroy the Seahorse Carrier. Then there'd only be 1 monster, so even if they Widespread Ruin, we can win with the other attack. Summon Lamu. Summon Clear Ice Dragon. Is there anything we want to shuffle away? Not particularly, but we're going to do it anyway. Activate Clear Ice Dragon, because I want to get my Phoenix Dragon back into the deck if we don't end up winning. We're just going to give them, none of these are great, but I'll go with Seahorse Carrier. No. Thunder the Thunder, since they have to actually discard another card to use it. Set a card. Activate the skill. We buff this. We don't need to set anything. Activate Ancient Arise Dragon. We return cards to the deck. Milling a dragon is kind of unfortunate, but that's okay. We destroy Seahorse Carrier. And battle. We swing in... Oh wait, no, I meant to swing in with Burning Blaze Dragon. Because now Widespread Ruin plus like Phantom Bind actually stops us. That was a big mistake. I meant to swing with the other one. Now they get to live for a turn. I meant to stop the attack, but it ended up swinging anyway. This was another game where we could have had game on board. That is so rough. Hopefully this is a strong enough formation for us to survive. We know that they are down 2 Seahorse Carriers, and they're setting cards. Clear Ice Dragon. So far, that's fine. What are they going to get rid of on my field? I do only have 1 light normal. So the Seahorse Carrier in my hand is not going to be particularly useful. In terms of dragons, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons. So I don't think my Phantom Bind is going to do anything. They are thinking really hard about what to shuffle back. I wonder if they're worried about me drawing into a Phoenix Dragon and being able to get back one of these big level 7 monsters. So they could theoretically shuffle both of them away, but they do choose just the Lamoon. And a 2 tribute monster. Here comes Dragius. Very interesting. That is a ton of dragons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would go down to 1900, which is not quite enough, unfortunately. So I think I'm going to take the damage. And we'll see what we draw. We draw some high-level monsters, which is more or less what we wanted. Grace Princess Kana comes out. Then, Clear Ice Dragon. Let's go ahead and Seahorse Carrier and get back that Grace Princess. Next up is Monster Reincarnation. I'll ditch Burning Blaze Dragon and grab Ancient Arise. Summon out Ancient Arise Dragon, and we're going to have at least one of each in the graveyard for Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. Let's triple check. Do we have a Clear Ice Dragon? There it is. Activate the effect. And then return the cards into the deck, and we clear out this game. This deck is doing incredible. If it wasn't for my misplays, we'd be another 2,000 points higher. We'd actually be very close to being done. But we're at 37,000 and almost 38. Alright, we are going second. That's fine if we get sick Ghost Cyclone plays, but probably not great if our hand looks like this. This is an optimal turn 1 hand because we're able to just kind of set everything down. Welcome, everyone. Okay, Ancient Arise Dragon. Do I go for it? It feels really silly, but I think I do summon it out. Little Mill 1. Try to set up for the future. Swing in. And it's a Dragorite. That doesn't tell us anything because a lot of the Ancient Arise players are also on Dragorite just for having a 1500 body. Losing Seahorse Carrier is pretty unfortunate. Definitely not a great mill from the Ancient Arise Dragon. They set a monster. Looks like a tribute summon is coming out. You can usually tell by the delay, because they're clicking a bunch of cards instead of just the set button. We'll see what they have. One really interesting thing to note is that this card didn't trigger during the last battle. So it's either something like Barrier or Hammer Crush or Ghost Cyclone. Bunker Strike sets a pressure. It has been a while since we've come across any players using Dragonic Pressure. There were a couple yesterday, but it's a rarity. Is Luke the best character? Absolutely. 1,000,000,000%. There is no doubt. They only have 3 dragons in the graveyard. Very interesting. And they choose to pass. We find a Burning Blaze Dragon, which is actually pretty strong. If we send Dream Drummer or La Moon, maybe. I'm gonna pick Dream Drummer here. Set it up for later. Burning Blaze Dragon. Tribute. And then we activate the effect. Ancient Forces is going to boost Burning Blaze Dragon to 2,800. We send Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. And now here's where things get good. Phoenix Dragon comes down and gets me back my Clear Ice Dragon. We put a Phoenix Dragon in the graveyard, and then we can activate the effect, getting our Phoenix Dragon back, and denying their Sports Dragons for a future turn. Now we can enter the battle phase, and we are safe from Phantom Bind and Widespread Ruin. We have only 1 dragon in the graveyard. Battle phase. Swing into Bunker Strike. We could have boosted Ancient Arise Dragon, but this plays around Widespread Ruin, and with 3 face downs, it's really worth doing so. How is the grind? It has been up and down. Today has been going really well, but yesterday I was definitely getting ready to give up for a little while there. Let's swing in with this one and see if anything pops up. They do have another trap card. Unfortunately, I think I have to end my turn here. I can't lose the Ancient Arise Dragon. So let's see how it goes. Setting 2, and then here comes the Tribute Summon, which is unfortunate, and it's Dragonic Slayer, ready to pop one of my 2 back row. And we lose the Phantom Bind. It's a pretty strong one. And they even have both Sports Dragons set up again. Pretty crazy. No way. Do they have a second Slayer? That is the perfect draw. Unfortunate. We do have a Phoenix Dragon. We have a second Ancient Arise. We have some cards we can draw that will get us out of this situation. Ghost Cyclone helps a little bit. And I'm pretty sure this one's the trap. I was right. Here comes Seahorse Carrier. And activate the effect. I add Kana. Summon. And then Dragius is fine. 1 and 2. But we're not done yet. Seahorse Carrier activates its effect. I add back another monster to my hand. This time it's La Moon. I tribute Seahorse Carrier for Burning Blaze Dragon, and that will let me send a Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard if I want to. That said, we already have them set up, so I don't see a reason to. Let's go ahead and use Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, and then boost Burning Blaze Dragon to 2,800. I summon Lamoon, and we're going in. I don't think their last card's another Phantom Bind. We swing in, and they are down to just 1,600. Their set card is probably another copy of Pressure, though. If they released other characters with demonic power from another world in their arm, it would really help the meta. I agree. Here comes Pressure. They might have drawn the 4,800 damage combo. They have the Sports Dragons. I was hoping that they'd be down enough boss monsters that they're not able to get it, though. But it looks like I am losing this game. All they need is another low-level monster, which I'm sure they have. Unfortunate. We were so close. And yeah, we probably don't get Mirror Force for a very long time. I will send them over a nice and move on to the next one. Dragius was definitely a lot worse over in Cross Duel. And we lose a ton of points for losing. We'll see if we can get it next time. Those Dragonic Pressure really ended up winning them the game. Though I guess if it was a Phantom Bind, it would have been about the same. We're second. Our opening hand is okay. We'll see how it goes. Starting with a set, and here comes a Burning Blaze Dragon, confirming a mirror match. But they're running the Currybot engine, whereas I am not, so they have more resources to recur. And get all those tribute monsters going. No trap cards is a good sign. I was hoping to draw a third low level, but we'll do what we can. Clear Ice Dragon, sending Phoenix Dragon. Clear Ice Dragon using the effect. Send this back and get rid of their graveyard. Set, and then Dragius. Oh wait, first we need to send a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard. Yes. I would like to get rid of one of the Burning Blaze Dragons, and then we summon Dragius. 1 and 2. Set a card, activate Dragius, and we head into battle. If this Phantom Bind was just a low-level monster, we'd be at a huge lead, and they even get a Kana in the graveyard for a Seahorse Carrier. I think they have a ton of high levels in their hand, because they didn't play very much last turn. And that's really concerning. It's a Clear Ice Dragon. I'm pretty sure they have Ancient Arise, so I think this is going to be a loss. I wonder if I should have run 3 bunkers to grind the points more efficiently. Maybe. And I was right, they do have the Ancient Arise Dragon. This is definitely a loss for us. With only 400 life points, I don't see how we win. I mean, we can get Dragius back. But does that even do anything? Not if they have a trap card. I guess we have to, though. There's really no other choice. Like, we can go for it. But, yep, they have a trap card. It is over. Let's go ahead and queue into the next one. Also, the nice, and we queue up. It is really disappointing to think that we did have a game we threw, because the extra 2,000 power would have been really nice. But we have 9 hours to go, so that's plenty of time for us to find a quick little 5-game win streak. Basically, we're just trying to hit King of Games right now. This is not good. Wow. Luckily, we at least draw a second low level. 1, 2. We need to thin out the deck as much as possible. But the question is, which of these do we summon? I think Ancient Arise Dragon is the stronger card. Unfortunately, we're ending on a single Dragius and passing. Not what we want to be seeing at all. However, there is always the chance that they didn't draw a tribute monster. They set 3 and 4. Here's our chance to make a comeback. We opened awkwardly, but they didn't open any high-level monsters. So what we can do now is Grace Princess Kana, Speedy Performer, boost Dragius up to 2,900, while setting up our graveyard a little bit more for later. Or, of course, just milling a Seaforce Carrier. Looping out Ancient Arise Dragon. Throw down a Face Down. Let's activate Multi-Strike. And, of course, we lose Widespread Ruin. These are some terrible, terrible mills. Then to protect from Widespread Ruin, we have to Ancient Arise Dragon. We can shuffle back into the deck, but I don't want to. Enter the battle phase, and let's try to clear the board. Twin-Edged Dragon means they are probably on Resonance. But we know that last card in their hand is not a tribute monster. Otherwise, they would have cleared Dragius on their turn. The Ancient Force Dragon deck has no outs to back row. Yeah, I'm running a couple of Ghost Cyclone, but it is a weakness, Widespread Ruin, for sure. However, like Plus Minus says, we can play around Widespread by boosting one of our low levels instead of Ancient Arise. So it really depends. They set a monster. They were thinking a lot, so I'm hoping that means they don't actually have anything, and they're just kind of also on stream complaining about their luck. Ghost Cyclone. Set and Burning Blaze Dragon. Let's go ahead, activate Dragius. Activate Ancient Arise. Yeah, because we don't want Dragius to die. We'll shuffle cards back in now, because our deck is starting to get a little bit low. Activate the skill. Burning Blaze, and then send a card to the graveyard, just to get things shuffled up. Battle phase. Swing. And we can finish this game in 2 turns with 3,000 each. So this is their last chance to draw a high-level monster. Pass turn. I forgot I was running Ghost Cyclone. Yep. This is their final shot. They get 3 draws. Will they be able to find the outs? Pitcher is interesting. They have a Slugger. They did. So they can get a double boss board if they drew well enough. With only 3 cards, there is a fairly low shot though. Dragius is always a solid start. Building a Bunker Strike, we do like to see that, but not if they have a Phoenix Dragon in hand. Now they can actually summon the Bunker Strike. But instead, they already have a Bunker Strike in hand. Milling one more. It's another Dragius. They were on 2 Dragius. Returning cards to the top of the deck. So far, so good. They have a ton of dragons in the graveyard. All of them. 11. 1, 2, 3. Setting a card and time for battle. I will get rid of the Dragius here with my Phantom Bind. Ancient Arise goes down, but so far this is fine. Let's go with Dream Drummer. And do I want to return anything? They do have exactly one of each Sports Dragon in the graveyard. So I don't think so. 1 and 2. Set. Set. Let's activate Ancient Arise for the attack boost. Return cards? No. Activate Dragius. Wait, maybe I should have returned cards. How many dragons do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would have had 4 anyway. Swing in. They drew Widespread. And I think they do have another trap card. So I think I have to pass. But they haven't seen any Slayers yet. But that's probably a trap. I have to end. This is looking rough. I get to draw an extra card. And I think a Slayer is probably coming down. Does the timer pause during the voice line? I just leave the voice lines on for fun. Wait, they tribute set? Oh, because they're bringing out a second Bunker Strike. Why would they tribute set the Slayer, though? Couldn't they have destroyed one of my cards? It's a barrier. That's interesting. And very good to know. Draconic Resonance. Coming out. That is fine. And they pass. I draw. Phoenix Dragon, Burning Blaze. Okay, how do I not deck out? I think we need a Monster Reincarnation. Lamoon. And we need to grab an Ancient Arise, because this is going to shuffle cards into our deck. We can also go for Clear Ice, but that's a little too hasty. Phoenix Dragon. And I can cycle this out for a Clear Ice Dragon, if I want to. Which I will do, definitely. Clear Ice Dragon. This lets me get another card into my deck. Returning you. And we're going to shuffle in Sports Dragon Pitchers, because they don't have any attack. Then if I Ancient Arise, I'm gonna go down to 3 cards, put 2 back, I'll be at 5 exactly. 1, 2. Mill. And then shuffle back. 1, 2. Battle. Let's take out one of the bunker strikes. Pass turn. How real the threat of decking out is in the game. Very rare that you actually use the cards you put at the bottom of the deck in other games. I agree. And yeah, I think the Dragonic Slayer thing must have been a misclick. Unfortunately, with the decks getting so low, they're going to find another one. Just like that. And here comes the Game Ender. They hit the Ghost Cyclone. They should have one more. They set a monster. Dragonic Resonance. And a battle. I think I do use the Phantom Bind. Alright, this is what I'm working with. Clear Ice can put one card back. Do I want the card on Speed Reformer? They did use Wisebed Ruin. Wait, but as long as I have one card in the deck, I can use Ancient Arise. Phoenix Dragon goes back. I return their pictures one more time. Activate the skill. And now, who do I use? If I boost to 3,000, I have 2 monsters capable of clearing through the barrier. If I use Dragias, I swing, and then I only have 1 monster capable of clearing through and none of my monsters can clear through a barrier. I'm gonna go for it. At this point, we don't need to return cards. Oh, I could have used Dragias' effect, actually. Phantom Bind, I should have used the effect. It comes down to this. Phantom Bind. Not enough. Swing it. 5 seconds left on the clock. Wow. I really do have to think a lot with this deck. That was terrifying. But let's go to the next game. What a rush. I think I missed a ton of comments while I was looking. I know I was very quiet because I was thinking. It's the last turn. Nail biting. Will Moon win the game? Final push. Everyone's excited. Will I still deck out next turn? Yes. You need to be able to draw 5 full cards. They set 3. 4. Pretty good opener. We have Clear Ice. They're considering a tribute summon. That does mean they probably have a trap card set up. This is a little bit troubling, as I don't want to run into a trap card and just kind of blow up like an idiot. But at the same time, I don't want to leave them with a free Ancient Arise Dragon on the board either. Is it better to start working through it early? As long as I don't die on the next turn, it should be okay. And if it's just a Phantom Bind, we're fine. Send a card. 1 Burning Blaze Dragon, and we'll set some cards for protection. Alright, let's see if they have it. They do. They have something. It's a Recital. I'm okay with that. Recital doesn't deal with my monster, and Ancient Arise Dragon can't destroy Clear Ice with the effect. We are safe. Oh yeah, plus minus mentions I need to save that replay. Hammer Crush coming down. A Ghost Cyclone. They're running both Hammer Crush and Ghost Cyclone. That's very interesting. I wonder if it's working out for them. I mean, they must. If we're queuing up against them, they're probably a top 100 as well. Clear Ice Dragon. So I'm thinking about 1500. And they have a ton of curry bots and stuff in the graveyard. Unfortunately, we didn't have a Phoenix Dragon, so we weren't able to clear out some of their graveyard stuff earlier. Ancient Arise Dragon, buffs, and all 3 curry bots are in the graveyard. So I was going to shuffle them back when I got the chance, but now I no longer need to, because they're all gone. Alright, we take our 1400. They set 1 more card face down. We draw. No high levels. Kind of disappointing. I guess I can put back the Speedy Performer if I really want to. But I can also just set and pass. That feels not great. Let's get rid of these. And then the question is, do I Phoenix Dragon so I can... Well, that'll let me draw more cards next turn, which is nice. And if they're just running recitals, then maybe we're okay. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect. We will take Clear Ice Dragon. Summon this out, and I'll just give them back a Speedy Performer. I want to get my Phoenix Dragon back into rotation. We are returning Speedy Performer into the deck. I make the skill. And we're looking for our 2 tribute monsters at this point to try to make a comeback, so I am going to send another card to the graveyard. Battle phase, and do I pop the Clear Ice or not? I don't think so. Or, I don't think I can swing into Ancient Arise. It's a little bit too dangerous. They have a trap card, but they don't use it. We get in for 1000 damage. Yeah, and plus minus has a pretty good point. Even though there are only a couple of decks, there is a lot of deck building going on. For example, they're running the Currybot engine, and I'm running the Dream Drummers. And then 1 Phoenix or 2 Phoenix is a big one. Oh, that's rough. And then Dragonic Resonance decks just have a lot of variation in their boss monsters in general. I think we do need to basically draw our own Ancient Arise Dragon to compete, if we're even alive after this turn. 4 attacks, 1425, like, it's a ton of damage. Alright, we'll see what we can do with our 400 remaining life points. The answer is probably not much, but we'll draw. Dragius does not get us there. We know they have a trap card, so that is game. I'm gonna concede this one, and then take a quick bathroom break. Grab some water or a snack if you need it. We will be back in a minute. Alright, and we are back. Enjoy your lunch, plus minus. I made sure to save the replay, thank you for the reminder. And we are back on the grind. Currently 8.5 hours left to go. Alright, and we are going second. We'll see if that comes back to bite us. I guess it depends. They set, and I don't think they have anything else. Oh, they do have a face down. Whoa, okay. The full set 5 is a pretty strong opening turn. I'm gonna go ahead and go Cyclone and get an extra card. Let's go ahead and pop this one. We'll draw a card. Speedy Performer. And set. We could mill one, but I don't think we need to. We have basically everything set up already. So we just go here. Activate the skill, and we'll set up Ancient Arise Dragon for later. Send a card to the graveyard. Yes. Clear Ice Dragon. And we keep the Ancient Arise in our hand. This isn't a ton of pressure we're applying, unfortunately, but it's good enough to start. Dragonic Resonance. Probably means we're not getting a ton of value out of this back row. We didn't clear the field, and they have a Sports Dragon in the graveyard, so Slayers are going to be able to make pretty strong pushes. They set a third monster, but I would not expect them to end their turn. They actually don't draw any high-level monsters, which means we have a chance to establish a stronger board. Let's go ahead, throw this down. And then we want to Phoenix Dragon this turn for sure, because we need the full set of monsters to apply pressure. Let's go ahead, grab Clear Ice Dragon. Then we tribute off for Ancient Arise. And Clear Ice Dragon in for the next one. We have a Phoenix Dragon in the graveyard, so we are going to use Clear Ice Dragon. And they have the Sports Dragon, so this is a great card to shuffle back. Let's go ahead and activate the effect and boost our monster up to 2600. However, we do not need to mill. We have light set up, we have both of our dragons, so I think we are good to go. We enter the battle phase, and we will just swing into the 3 monsters. I think they probably do have a trap card. But maybe I'm just forgetting. I think they turned off the toggle. Shame evenly matched isn't in the game to deal with all those set cards. I think it's okay. I will live without evenly matched. So we know they didn't have any high levels last turn, but they did manage to put another slugger in the graveyard during the battle phase. So I wasn't able to get rid of that one. Ripping open the universe is Piercing Dragon Fungus Blaster. They mill 3. But they didn't use a Sports Dragon, so they'd only be able to get a second Tribute Monster if they have the Triad Drago. Welcome, Tomato. How are you doing? So Fungus Blaster and a low level probably isn't enough. If they swing in, they do only have 7, so I'd probably turn off toggle. Wait, they might actually swing into this though, if they're bad at the game. They aren't. Okay. We keep the trap cards for later. How goes the grind? It has been up and down. If we didn't misplay, we'd be in a much better position. But we're basically where we started the stream at, which is 35,000. Okay, so I do want to clear out this Bunker Strike. But what do I do? Speedy Performer seems like a good play, but I don't really feel like using Ancient Arise. So if I just Phoenix Dragon, I can actually ditch the Speedy Performer and get the Burning Blaze back. This reestablishes my full board and lets me keep the best cards in my hand for later. So Burning Blaze Dragon goes in, then we have a Phoenix Dragon in the graveyard, so Clear Ice Dragon puts back Phoenix. Let's return those 2 Sports Dragons, and then we put a Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of the deck, which means it's time to activate our skill and boost Burning Blaze Dragon up to 2800. We sent a card from the deck to the graveyard to shuffle the Phoenix Dragon back in. However, I did miss sequence. I should have played Ancient Arise Dragon first to prevent the odds of milling out a Phoenix Dragon, which we wanted to keep in the deck. We swing in, and we only have 1 dragon in the graveyard, so we are safe from a Phantom Bind. We also have a full field of set cards, so even if they find a Dragonic Slayer, it shouldn't be enough to actually break through. Remember, we shuffled away all of their Sports Dragons, so we are in a pretty dominating position. Even if they do manage to clear the field, we have an Ancient Arise Dragon and a Seahorse Carrier who is set up with a Grace Princess in the graveyard. We take the win, send them the nice, and head on to the next round. 36,000. Slowly climbing back up. And yeah, Tomato, that cold was lasting for a while. I'm glad that you're feeling better finally. How bad has it been? Like, have you been like in bed? Or, I mean, you've been able to at least upload videos, so I imagine it's been okay-ish. But being sick sucks, for sure. Definitely not a great hand for going second here. Going first, it wouldn't be too bad because we'd at least be able to establish the board and draw a little bit later. But now we're basically just hoping that they don't draw any high-level monsters for the first 2 turns, which is a lot to ask for. We're gonna need to make a big play in order to actually make this comeback. So we're gonna go ahead and send the Burning Blaze Dragon into the graveyard. And then do we summon another one? I guess not. Can we see the deck list? Sure, if I remember. After this game, I can show it off real quick. So we are basically here just hoping they didn't draw any tribute monsters, and that is our win condition. However, it's very unlikely. I probably should have gotten rid of the other Clear Ice Dragon in my hand. Because I need to draw into Ancient Arise Dragon in order to actually play the game on the next turn. They are thinking, which means they probably do have something, and are choosing what to tribute summon first. Or they were staring at their hand in disbelief at the complete lack of tribute monsters, which I will absolutely take as a win. Summon 1, summon 2, Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And of course we can't be running into any widespread ruins, so we are going to go ahead Monster Reincarnation, ditch this one, grab just a low-level monster back, summon this one, Burning Blaze, and then boost Clear Ice Dragon with the skill. First we will mill with Dragius, and we find a Phoenix Dragon, so I can go ahead and return that and put another low-level monster in the opponent's deck. So let's do that. Activate Clear Ice Dragon, put Phoenix Dragon back on the bottom of the deck, return Twin Edge so they have a lower chance of drawing a tribute monster, then activate the skill, boost to 26. And I can mill a card, which is going to help us find Phoenix Dragon on the next turn. Enter the battle phase, swing. They don't have anything, or if they do, it's a barrier or recital. Their face down card is probably Dragonic Pressure, so they were considering whether or not to use it last turn. Luckily we are at 6,000, but we are in danger. Dragonic Pressure can always make a comeback. Welcome, Heather. Got into the top 500, congratulations. Ghost Cyclone unfortunately triggering because I kept shuffling all their monsters away. Can we see the deck list? And what is my goal? My goal is 40,000. And then I will wait and see if that's good enough. And yeah, Bunko, I will try to show off the deck afterwards, assuming I'm able to remember. Dragonic Pressure for a big push. This is looking not great. Ghost Cyclone into the pressure. Welcome, gamers. How are you doing? How has the cup been for you? I know you were trying to get top 100 as of last night. 40k should be enough for top 100. I think so too. It's going to take me a long time to get there. They ditch a Bunker Strike. They probably have another monster ready to go. They have both Sports Dragons as well. I could be taking the full 4,800. 39k is great. Oh, 2 Dragorites. I take 3k. Alright, it comes down to this draw. Hopefully I can find what I need. Let's see what we get. 2 Ancient Arise Dragons. And a Seahorse Carrier. Let's add Kana back. Do I have any Psychics in the graveyard? I do. Let's go ahead and use the effect. Shuffle away a card. And then we can return, one of the sports dragons to my opponent's deck. After that, set you. Summon Ancient Arise. Set a card. Activate Ancient Arise. Return the cards. 1, 2. I will destroy one of the monsters. We removed the Sports Dragon Slugger from the graveyard, so it's okay that a pitcher remains on field. We deal 1500 and pass. Another low level would have meant I got a second Ancient Arise out and I would have won the game. But Widespread Ruin hopefully is enough to get me there. They have only seen one boss monster though, and it wasn't a Slayer. Phoenix Dragon gets into Bunker Strike. Triad Drago, they are drawing a ton of cards. They definitely have a good shot of being able to get a double boss field, which is really dangerous for my life points. 2800 plus 400 is game. Yeah, no problem, gamers. It was nice to finally see someone else actually playing Rush Duels. Whenever I feel like I end stream, it's all speed duels or players not in English. So first up is the Bunker Strike. And this feels like it might just be a formality at this point. They have so many cards to work with. The one thing going for me is that they did just mill one of their Slayers, and there are 2 Phoenix Dragon in the graveyard, so maybe they don't find it. But with only 12 cards left, it feels like I'm coping. 2 cards going to the bottom. They have 3. That's enough for a full board, including another level 7. Do they have the exact 3 cards they need? Slugger. In attack mode, they have another level 7. And it's a Dragius. What's the final card? It's Winged Dragon. Okay. Let's see how we go. Dragius swings in, but we have Widespread Ruin, so Bunker Strike is going down. They're able to deal 2000, but we have an Ancient Arise Dragon in hand. All we need is the low level monsters. Just give me the low levels. 4 low level monsters. That might be too many low levels. Seahorse Carrier. Seahorse Carrier activates the effect. I'm getting back a Grace Princess Kana. Summon. Ancient Arise Dragon. With the Phoenix Dragon, I think we get there. Oh, we have 2 Ancient Arise actually. This is fine. Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect, and they concede. That was a close one. What are we talking about? So I'm at 37,000 right now. Like Heather mentioned, 34,000 is currently enough for the top 100. However, it's been going up very steadily. And I'm afraid my current ranking isn't going to be enough by the time we reach midnight. It's climbing up anywhere from a few hundred points to 1,000 points per hour. So I'm hoping if I get to 40,000, that'll be safe. That is the goal for the stream. And then I'm going to check back with a couple hours left in the event. Oh, I forgot to show off the deck list. I'm sorry. We will do it after the next game if I remember. Alright, an interesting opening hand. Probably would have preferred to be going first, as usual. And we're up against a Gokto. So it's our first non-Luke matchup in quite a while. We do have to worry about the Yami rulers, and Ancient Arise Dragon is actually a lot worse going into this matchup, because all of their boss monsters have a billion defense. Oh, open the dual log. So we're on 2 Ancient Arise, 2-3 split of the dragons. Clear Ice Dragon is the important one because it lets you shuffle back cards like Currybot, Sports Dragons, etc. and we use Phoenix Dragon. 2 Ghost Cyclone because we don't have any spell trap cards. Removal otherwise. Ghost Cyclone, here we go. Destroying this one. And drawing a card. Phantom Bind we don't really care about, unfortunately. But we will do our best. We go set 3. And we just go all in. Now we do need to play around Widespread Ruin a little bit, so we're going to use Ancient Forces to boost Burning Blaze Dragon and protect our 2400 attack point monster. Though not being able to swing in for any damage this turn is a little bit unfortunate. We would have liked Dragius over the Ancient Arise Dragon. Send Clear Ice so we are set up for the future, and proceed to battle. Alright, the other card. Oh, wait. Are you guys seeing the same card? We're playing against a Noodle Ninja in top 100. This is the most powerful Rush Duelist to ever exist. I'm going to lose. I am going to lose this game. There is no shot. If they were able to come this far with this deck, they're way better at Yu-Gi-Oh! So I simply just do not have a chance. It's over. Here comes a Spice. Yeah, see? They just have it. They're that good. The face-down card's Roastery. It wasn't a trap card. They have 3 normals in the grave. Noodle Art Boost. Fire Yarrow is strong enough. And they set another card. That could be Widespread Ruin. Okay, what do we have? Do we have any Psychics? We do not. Do we have a Phoenix? We do. That is progress. Dream Drummer, go down. Clear Ice Dragon, coming out next. And this is useful because we're actually able to get rid of all these normal monsters in the opponent's graveyard and weaken their Noodle Ninjas in the future. Let's return Phoenix Dragon into the deck. Then we shuffle away Flame Manipulator because it's the weaker one. And Tang. Or I'm sorry, that one is Stock. We set 2. Activate Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And mill 1. Now we have to be a little bit careful here. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4 dragons in the graveyard. So we don't want to use the milling effect because that's going to allow Phantom Bind to destroy our card. So we don't send to the graveyard. Battle phase. And we start here. If they have Phantom Bind, they trade. Which is unfortunate. I was really hoping that Dragius would not hit a dragon on the mill. They're counting. It is a Phantom Bind. For sure. Yep. We crash. We swing in. Wait, they have another one? It's a Recital. That's dangerous. I didn't think it was actually a trap card. Welcome to Fallen. How are you doing? They said a monster, but they appear to be tribute summoning. That's what this delay is for. No, it's another set. But we don't trust it. Flame Champion, 1900. Noodle Art Boost isn't enough. Is their final card a Noodle Ninja? It is. That's no good. This is so bad. They are completely destroying us. It's just like I said. If the Noodle Ninja player was able to get this far, there's no way we can actually win. Let's go Cyclone. We can do what we can. And that's all we can ask for. All we can do is set 3. Pass turn. Alright, so the one thing about Noodle Art Boost is that you're not able to use Innocent Lancer. So as long as they don't have a Pierce, they're going to struggle to deal with this board. However, if they're just going all in like this, I think that means they do have it. Oh, they have it. 1400. I can actually protect one of my monsters. There are enough Pyros in the graveyard. So I'm gonna do this because I need to have monsters around. Okay. Hopefully we can find one of the Phoenix Dragon. And a monster reincarnation is pretty strong too. Seahorse Carrier. Let's start with that. Activate the effect. We want an extra card. I'll take the good one. Phoenix Dragon. We definitely need the high level. So let's toss a low level. Wait, do we have enough for monster reincarnation? I'm not convinced. This is fine though. We can take things slow. Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. Yes, and then we go set, and we have enough to monster reincarnation. This lets us grab Dragius now. As the 2 attacks should be better than... Wait, if we destroy a monster, is that better? Because then they only have the 1 monster on board. I don't know. I'm bad at math. We only have one Burning Blaze, so we have to get Dragius. One and 2. Let's mill a card. We know one of the Phoenix Dragons is on the bottom of the deck, so we're gonna do this last. Shuffle. 1 and 2. Destroy a card. Yes. Goodbye, Spice. Battle phase. 1, 2, 3. We're at 1200. All 3 copies of Spice are in the graveyard. And so is Monster Reincarnation. All 4 copies of Spice are gone. They should have no ways to recover it. And without Spice, they have no other boss monsters. We win the game. All we need is a single low-level monster, and we are fine. Speedy Performer. Clear Ice Dragon. Activate Dragius' effect. Now we have 4 attacks. All of our monsters are strong enough. I was sweating. I know the Noodles, we joke about it, but they can KO out of anywhere. That was incredibly intense. Noodles are the best deck in the format. I think really what saved us is that they were on Noodle Art Boost instead of a generic skill, which means they didn't have enough boss monsters to actually close out the game. Okay, this hand is very silly, but I will take it. Hopefully we're able to find the cards we need on the next turn. They are setting as well, but here comes the Tribute Summon. And it's Dragius, the Punish. They have a Sports... And they even have both Sports Dragons in the graveyard. Their opening hand is pretty strong. They are setting a card. Yeah, so basically, we just want to draw a Clear Ice and an Ancient Arise. But that would be a perfect draw. We find Clear Ice, but no Ancient Arise. I guess that's still progress. Do I Seahorse Carrier? I think so. I know we're setting. And then I know we're Phoenix Dragoning. Yeah, so we use the Seahorse Carrier to get access to a card we can discard with the Clear Ice Dragon. So we go here. Then we're going to boost. Activate the skill. Send a monster. We send a Burning Blaze. Then we Phoenix Dragon. Send another Aqua monster to get back the Burning Blaze. Tribute over the Phoenix Dragon. Then we remove Phoenix Dragon from the graveyard to also get rid of both of my opponent's Sports Dragons. So here's where it comes down to the wire. If this card is a Phantom Bind, we have no dragons in the graveyard. If it's Widespread Ruin, we lose the game. It's 3-1 odds, but they have the Widespread Ruin. All we can do is pass. If we had managed to find Ancient Arise Dragon, we would have been able to destroy Dragius without attacking. And then we would be in a much better position. We took the gamble, but we lost. Unless their hand is beyond terrible, I don't see how we make this comeback. But I'm not going to give up yet. Yeah, and the part that actually feels really bad is I had the Ghost Cyclone, but they weren't able to clear my board on turn 1, so I wasn't able to activate it. And now they have the Dragonic Slayer to pop it. Plus Winged Dragon. I'm not sure if this is lethal, but it's definitely very close. Looks like there is one Sports Dragon in the graveyard. And we're taking... Yeah, that's over 5,000. That's exact lethal. Unfortunate. We'll send them over the ice, and we'll simply move on. Oh, they were very, very high ranked. We only lost 930 points for that one. Moving on to the next game. We are still in it. Matching successful. Who will we be dueling against next? Though if we did manage to somehow win that game, we probably would have gained quite a few points. We are going second again. We are just constantly going second. Well, I guess we went first last game. It just didn't matter. Interesting hand. Obviously, it could use some work. And they don't have any back row. So this is just like the last game, except now they get an extra 3 cards. All we can do is pass. Yeah, I agree with plus minus. Not only was it the right play because of the format of the ladder, it was also the correct play because you can't just set against a Dragius. You just get blown out way too quickly. And also it was the right play, because most decks are running more than one non-Widespread Ruin trap, which we are prepared for. We would have won against basic... Well, I guess Barrier is also a card they could have been playing, but it's uncommon. Okay, I guess we summon Ancient Arise Dragon here. And then we try to just mill another dragon. Let's see if we can do it. We're not perfect players at the game. La Moon. And then I guess we just set Dream Drummer. We're gonna just clear out some of their monsters. Try to deny a little bit of resources if we can. Oh, but we whiff into a Triad Drago, which is bad for our lifespan. Metagame makes it say that you can't draw widespread until turn 2. Unfortunately, I don't think they would do anything like that. Just because, of course, it is not how the real card game works. Sometimes you do draw your legend card. Alright, so here is another chance for them to draw an extra card. And if they're going for the Triad Drago and switching it to attack mode, they definitely have it. The attack mode was, just to show off. And of course, Draconic Slayer is here to completely dismantle my board. Things aren't all bad though. If we can draw another high-level monster, we are in the game. I don't think they kill us this turn. After playing a lot of the festival, I think the top 5 decks are Resonance, Ancient Forces, Royal Levels, Yami Ruler, and Bubble Era. So I think Resonance, Ancient Forces is definitely correct. Yami Ruler is probably my bet for 3rd, and then Royal Rebels. And for some reason it's showing up on the overlay, but it's not showing up in my actual chat feed. So let me make sure I'm not missing anything else. Let's see. Bubble Era. Yeah, so aggro I think is still a good deck. I agree. Okay. That is not what we needed. We needed to find another high-level monster. In any case, Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. Grab a Kana. Then Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect again. We will ditch the Kana and get Ancient Arise Dragon. Summon Ancient Arise Dragon. Unfortunately, we didn't find any of the level 6 monsters, so we can't destroy the Slayer for free. But we can still try to mill one. We do not. If that's the case, we just set 2 cards. And we probably set the carrier as well. We need to destroy the Slayer so we can maintain some semblance of board presence. And then we pass. We do know they were struggling to find high-level monsters, and they only drew 2 cards. So if they didn't draw another high-level monster, we can still make plays. Dragius comes out. But is that their only boss monster? That is the big question. Dragius activates the effect, mills a Bunker Strike. What is next? I don't think they have another one. They battle. I will not be activating the card. But that might be enough to stop them. They go for it. Phantom Bind. And that is enough to really turn this game around. Let's see what we draw. Phoenix Dragon, Clear Ice Dragon. This is pretty good. Dream Drummer. Dream Drummer activates the effect. I shuffle away Dream Drummer, and I get rid of one of their sports dragons. Next up is Clear Ice Dragon. Now I'm able to use my skill. Send a card to the graveyard. Burning Blaze Dragon. Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect. Dream Drummer goes away. Burning Blaze Dragon returns. Tribute Summon. Activate the effect of Ancient Arise Dragon. Then, Clear Ice Dragon. We put a Phoenix Dragon back in the deck, and then they lose both of their remaining sports dragons. we set a card. Battle. 1600. They're down to 3000. They're down to just 400 life. And their hand has 2 low-level monsters. We shuffled away 3 low-level monsters back into their deck. How come there haven't been any Yuga players for the festival? Yuga doesn't have any skills that benefit Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. No, that's obviously a bit of a joke, but Stone's Axel Road is a solid deck. People just aren't playing it for various reasons. Okay. They're down to 400 life. Stone's Axel Road is just not a cut above the same way that the Dragon decks are. We need to Monster Reincarnation. What do we toss? Wait, do we even need to Monster Reincarnation? 1, 2. Ancient Arise. We don't happen to have Dragius, right? No. And we don't have another low level. But what we don't have another low level. So what we do is we don't destroy Dragius. We just gain the 600 attack points. We don't return anything. And we just swing in. That lethal was very much right in front of my face. And I still almost missed it. All I had to do was summon a monster and attack. And I tried to make it too fancy. I will send them the nice, and we are back over 38,000. I wonder what the ranking update is. 67th. And I'm actually a little bit higher than I was at the last hour mark. I guess the 7th Road is only 2100 attack. It can't consistently protect itself with all the fancy new traps. Plus minus is making a really good point. The barrier is able to put things down to 2100 sometimes, but the best decks are going above 2500. Slayer, Bunker Strike, those are 28. The Ancient Forces Dragons, 26, 28, and 3000. Overall, just a really rough time for cards like the barrier. You can theoretically use Call of the Earthbound maybe, but it's a bit rough. And like Renegade says, it's a recital deck, but it doesn't actually benefit from it because Dragonic Resonance is able to go over level 8 super easily. So I'm going to pass here because I want to keep my Ghost Cyclone alive for another turn. I could theoretically summon the Clear Ice Dragon and start swinging, but this lets me draw a card with the Ghost Cyclone if they set a card. Heather says that they just had a 20-turn game versus Red Eyes. That is how they go. Especially if you're on something like Dragons. The games just crawl slow to a crawl. Because there's just really no way to deal with all those 2500 defense monsters. Dragonic Slayer comes out right away to bully my Ghost Cyclone. Yeah, plus minus is asking the important question. Did you win? So here's Dragonic Slayer. Setting another monster. Do they have the second boss? That's fine. Dragius we don't really want to see. I was hoping it would be just a Bunker Strike. They mill a Bunker Strike. But what is next? They don't have another monster to summon. They really have 2 more level 7s in hand. That's threatening in its own way. Hopefully we draw well. I don't think that's good enough. We can Seahorse Carrier. Grab a card. Then, Clear Ice Dragon. Mill. Speed Performer. Maybe we Mill Dragius and then we win the game. Nope, it's just a vanilla. So instead we are going to Monster Reincarnation and grab the Burning Blaze Dragon, so we are at least a little bit more protected. We can shuffle back some of the opponent's monsters, and I think it's worth it. Let's get rid of Phoenix, and then send the Sports Dragon back into the deck. Clear Dragius, and move on to the next turn. My Red Ice deck can lose more slowly than any other deck around. It's so true. I definitely have a positive win rate against the Red Ice deck, but the games do take forever. So I am pretty sure, based on the way my opponent's playing, that they have 2 level 7 monsters in hand, which is really rough, considering they just drew another copy of Dragius. And they have a back row as well now. And I've just lost my Ghost Cyclone because they had the Dragonic Slayer. They mill a Slugger. I'm taking 1200 damage. Ouchie. Alright, we are just looking for some low levels and Ancient Arise, that kind of stuff. We still don't find it though. Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We will grab Kana again. Normal summon the Clear Ice Dragon. Use our skill. No need to mill. Set, and set. And then we just try to swing into Dragonic Slayer to protect us. Alright, the face down card was a Dragonic Pressure, it looks like, which is very threatening in its own right. 5200 damage, a lot for us to ask for in one turn, if we even manage to survive that long. They do have 9 dragons in the graveyard, so that we do have a chance, if they don't summon another Slayer, to survive. But it's the second Dragonic Slayer. So there goes my Phantom Bind, and probably my chances of winning the game, especially if a Twin Edge Dragon is coming down. That's 5 attacks. Yeah, if it was Bunker Strike, we probably would have been fine for at least one turn. But this is a little bit too much. Because this is going to be 4,000 direct, and I only have 3,600 left. Unfortunate. I will summon the Nice, and we'll move on. We just weren't able to find any of the boss monsters. Whoa, we lost way too many points for that one. 1,100. Matching successful. They always have the second Slayer. So true. Alright, and of course, now we draw all of the high levels. We will try to play it. Wait, actually, we can get a Clear Ice and a Burning Blaze into the graveyard. We have to keep our cool and keep on going. Take this. My field may not have a ton of protection, but I do have an Ancient Arise Dragon that is fully set up. It's a Bunker Strike. And another one. Alright, they use Bunker Strike last and send a card to the bottom of the deck. They do lose a Phoenix Dragon. Alright, so we are taking a ton of damage here. But we are alive, and that's all we can ask for. I draw. Those are cards. We can get rid of both Sports Dragons, which is pretty neat. I think it's definitely worth doing. Phoenix Dragon, swap out Burning Blaze for Clear Ice. Then we place Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of the deck. And return both Sports Dragons. Speedy Performer, mill a card. Buff, Clear Ice Dragon. Set, and then Ancient Arise comes out next. Let's check our graveyard. We do have one of both. Let's return cards. 1, 2. This will destroy Dragorite. Skill. Boost this to 3,000, and then send a card to the graveyard. Battle phase. We swing over, and while this isn't ideal, we did the best we could. We got rid of the Sports Dragons, we cleared the board. That's everything we could ask for. We only have 1800 life, so we do lose to a Dragonic Pressure, or even something like a Dragius. But it is what it is. Like, if this was a trap card instead of Monster Reincarnation, we'd be fine, and then we would win the game. But we didn't. We will send them over the ice and move on to the next round. Not going to give up just yet. Funnily enough, this is right where we started at the end of the last hour. Hopefully we can turn this around and get a couple of wins. Alright, we are up first. Usually that's a good thing. Alright, reasonable. And that's also not bad. Let's go ahead and clear out our hand. Set a card and pass. What will they play? They do have 32 cards in the deck, which is interesting. I don't know which deck they are on. Both dragon decks can technically justify the extra card. Okay. Highway is Piercing Dragon, Fungus Blaster. Milling Monster Reincarnation, bottom of the deck, right away. That was a very fast choice. 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and Widespread Ruin. We need to use the traps early and quickly, because Dragonic Slayer, of course, will just ruin it later on in the game. We draw for turn. And we don't really draw what we're looking for. We can get rid of the pitcher. Yet despite the opening Widespread Ruin made for us, we're not going to be able to take advantage of it. All we can do is attack. Plus minus. What do you mean by chess clocking the festival? Alright, so they set a monster, and they tribute off for a bunker strike. They did have a monster I left over from last turn, so they are going to be able to summon out 2 bosses. Our hand is not impressive at all. But on the plus side, we do at least have Ancient Arise set up if we ever draw it. Let's see how it goes. They are thinking. I wonder what they are curious about. Bum 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 bum. Of course, they have the Twin Edge Dragon to punish me. But we do see them toss away a Slayer. What did they choose? Top or bottom? They chose top. So I do survive this turn. We're not out yet. Ancient Arise Dragon is a good card. And with 3 low-level monsters, we can establish a a double monster field. Phoenix Dragon. Grace Princess. Grace Princess. Tribute. Vendabind, of course, is a great card, but we are going to toss it because we can't deal with a Slayer. Let's grab ourselves Clear Ice Dragon. First, we're going to send another Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard with our skill. Ancient Forces, Boost, and Send. Then shuffle back send back Phoenix Dragon. This is going to put a Sports Dragon back into their deck. Finally, it's time for Ancient Arise Dragon. We return 2 cards and destroy the Winged Dragon. We can't destroy Bunker Strike because it has too many attack points. Battle phase. Alright, we swing in. And this is a big turn. The opponent's down to 2,400. We are down to 36. Either of us could lose this game. It really comes down to their draw. Are they going to be able to finish me off? Or do I get another chance at it? They have 2 Bunker Strikes in the graveyard, along with a Slayer. Plus Monster Reincarnation. But Phoenix Dragon is going to get them whatever monster they want back. However, if they don't have access to a 6th card, they may struggle to establish a strong enough board. Dragorite goes away. And one Triad Drago is in the graveyard. The second Triad Drago could theoretically get them to another boss monster. But if they don't, the best other play is probably something like a Twin Edge Dragon. And that's 1,500, 400, 1,900, plus 400. It's only 2,300. We should survive this turn. Winged Dragon, and a set. Have we seen a Widespread Ruin yet? We haven't seen any trap cards. And that is very threatening. We don't draw Ghost Cyclone, but we do get a ton of cards. Let's start with Seahorse Carrier. Use the effect. And we're going to revive La Moon. Let's go for our first Phoenix Dragon. We are going to ditch the La Moon we just got back. Add to hand. Probably the Clear Ice Dragon. Or the Burning Blaze. They do have 2 Sports Dragons in the graveyard that we want to get rid of. So we probably choose Clear Ice Dragon here. Unless it's lethal. So we're going to destroy that. And then 628. We could go for a lethal if we choose Burning Blaze Dragon. So next up is Burning Blaze Dragon. Wait, no. Okay. Hold on. Careful. Phoenix Dragon. Activate the effect. We need to ditch a card. And to make sure we take Ancient Arise Dragon. We need the slots on the field. It's important we don't run out. Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. Speedy Performer. Let's go ahead and tribute summon Burning Blaze Dragon. Activate the effect of Speedy Performer. And then in our graveyard, we need another Burning Blaze Dragon. Activate the skill. Finally, Ancient Arise Dragon. Return the cards. But now that I'm doing this, I'm realizing I'm walking right into a Widespread Ruin. And it is. Yeah, and now with a Speedy Performer in attack mode, this is looking really bad. I should have played it in defense mode because it was lethal if they didn't have it anyway. But now I have a 400 attack point monster that they can really take advantage of, and I didn't even get rid of the 2 Sports Dragons. I'm dead. This game's over. What a terrible mistake. If I had played a little bit more conservatively, I probably could have survived this turn. What are they thinking about? They should definitely be able to do it. They're only down 3 bosses. Yeah, here's Pitcher. Maybe if I had just gotten the... If I had just gone for the Clear Ice, I could have stopped this. I played that turn terribly. And Dragius is gonna end the game. I would have had 100 life points left. I could have won. For sure. Oh wait, no, I was at 25. I guess it would have been a game either way. No, because I could have gotten rid of the Sports Dragons. I could have won. I could have won. I threw. So we're back down to 35,000, right where we started. It has been 2.5 hours. But it took us 5 hours during the last stream, and we have plenty of time to go. Let's keep it up. A big part of the festival is just mental fortitude. Set, tribute. And we are going to send the clear ice. We can't draw any more high-level monsters. Alright, pass. They start with a set card, which means Slayers are less likely. But, as I say that, okay, we are alive. Another one. Is that a widespread? We probably don't want to play into it. So let's tribute one monster. And use our skill. Send a monster? Yes. For sure. They do have a trap card. Alright, we destroy 2 normal monsters, which means there are no sports dragons in the graveyard. We've got plenty of high-level monsters in our hand, and we've thinned out a ton of the low-level monsters. And we thinned out 4 of our level 6 monsters. We even have a Grace Princess set up, so a Seahorse Carrier turn coming through would be huge. Let's see what they go for. They do have a trap, but they didn't use it, so I think it's probably not the Widespread Ruin. But maybe they're saving it for later. Here comes Bunker Strike. They have plenty of extra resources, so they do have the ability to summon out a second boss monster. However, as long as they aren't summoning 2 Slayers, I think we're okay for now. Dragorite comes down. That part makes sense. Triad Drago, they are going to draw the card. And that's a big turn. This is the Dragonic Slayer. Oh, they don't draw. Which is interesting. Yeah, the Phantomite is actually the slightly better trap here. But this is fine. What we can do is destroy the Bunker Strike if they attack. And this keeps Clear Ice alive, and also means Slayer can go down to Ancient Arise Dragon. So we have a chance for a completely clear field going into my turn. We draw Ghost Cyclone, but we cannot use it. Seahorse Carrier, though, is a usable card. Activate the effect, add Kana. Normal summon. It's time for Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Set a card. Throw down a face down. Do we have one of both in the graveyards? We do. Activate the effect. Shuffle cards. 1, 2. Dragonic Slayer gets destroyed. Activate the skill. We boost up, and then mill. Alright, and now we head into the battle phase. It's not Widespread Ruin, as we suspected. So we get in and bring them down to just 400 life points. This is a big shot to win the game. We have 5,000. They don't have a pressure. They've lost a few boss monsters. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get rid of the Sports Dragon, but they are down 2 Bunker Strikes and a Slayer. So they need to draw really well in order to just naturally draw into an out. We even have a trap card, so they might want to play a little bit to go around it. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. They are thinking. I don't think they have it. I am so not ready for this. So here comes Dragias, ready to blow up my entire board. I don't have anything. And they set another card, which is very concerning. We do still have 2 Phoenix Dragon, and we find one. Let's go ahead and activate the effect after we use Seahorse Carrier. Grab a card. Then Seahorse. Let's ditch this one and get Ancient Arise back. And they concede. Arise has a fun playstyle with all the deck mana. There is a lot going on. I was watching Tomato's video that talks about this as one of the decks with very little decision making, and I feel like I'm just very dumb because I spend a lot of time thinking. I've almost decked out so many times with this deck, and there have been 3 games just today where my clock goes down to like 5 seconds. Right. As expected, we find a Luke mirror match. We are up first. That does mean we are going to be able to set up the Ancient Arise Dragon. Or we can play a little bit safer. Given we already have a level 7 monster in hand, I kind of want to take it slow. Let's go ahead and see what they do. Alright, starting with a set, but plenty of players, especially in the top 100, are setting before tributes. Ancient Arise, it's the mirror match. There's a Phoenix Dragon here. Seahorse Carrier, that is a crazy turn 1. Do they summon Dragias? It's a Slayer? I'm shocked. They've decided Dragonic Slayer is so strong, they put it in the Arise deck. Wow. Well, as long as we draw some low levels, we are okay. But of course, we do not. We draw 3 high-level monsters. We have to do what we can. Burning Blaze Dragon. We'll send a Clear Ice to the graveyard. And then, what do we destroy? Probably has to be the Ancient Arise Dragon, since that one is able to theoretically destroy my monster for free and give them 3 direct attacks. I need to at least keep my Burning Blaze Dragon on the field. I mean, the Slayer in Arise is coming in handy, because that monster reincarnation would have meant I got to go into my plays. I could have recycled a low-level monster, but now I don't. And here comes Clear Ice Dragon. Bubbly Elf. They're all in on the Aqua package. I guess I'm just kind of hoping that they brick. And we need to draw into our Seahorse Carriers immediately. Wait, but they can actually shuffle mine away. They have a Phoenix Dragon. This is going very wrong, very fast. Lamoon, sure. Eat, as they might say. And there go both of my Aquas, which is the only way I'm getting out these level 7 monsters. We draw. And wow. That is just something. We will set 3 and end. They have 1 dragon in the graveyard. They have 2. So if they play this very poorly, maybe somehow we don't die. I doubt it though. Yeah, with that, even if they go and then crash, they do have another monster on board that's already lethal. So, while unfortunate, that is going to be game. Is it time for everyone to pivot to the Aqua Pack with Dragonic Slayer or what? I don't think so. It did win them this game, but I feel like it's not the right play. The deck isn't running enough level 7 monsters to make it work. Oof. I think we're now officially lower than where we started. 35.7, but the last 2 digits are different. Oh, sorry, I already forgot to check the deck list. Actually, during this, you're not able to check the decks. Unlike in ranked mode, the KC Cup hides the decks. Alright, we are up first. Another low level and we're okay. That is not what I wanted. Send a card to the graveyard. Theoretically, I could ditch the Ancient Arise Dragon for another low level just to set and clear out my hand, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tribute set, try to make a big counter push. Setting, so far so good. But here comes the tribute. No. 3rd set. Okay. And it's a clear Ice Dragon. We are in the mirror match. They actually even have a Phoenix Dragon. They're going to shuffle away some of my cards. I wonder which ones they pick. Yeah, they get rid of both of my dragons. And then they can boost to 26, which makes a lot of sense. Oh, but they actually have Ancient Arise Dragon on top of all of that. So yeah, we're taking 3,000. That's a huge turn 1 swing. And we can't even use our Ancient Arise because these both have 1,600 defense. Oh, okay, we only take 26. They were playing around Widespread Ruin, which is reasonable. Our move. Why are we always drawing so many high levels? I guess we could have gained 500. I messed up. If I summon Dragius, don't we just kind of die if they get another Ancient Arise out? I'm gonna do it anyway. Go ahead and activate the effect. Okay, that changes things. Monster Reincarnation. Ditch this, get back the Seahorse Carrier. Then we have two monsters to go for the Ancient Arise Dragon. We still need to find a Burning Blaze Dragon, so we can mill and battle. Swing in 1, 2, and 3. Given the cards we got, this is more or less the best we could have done, but I am still feeling very vulnerable. The existence of that Ancient Arise Dragon in the graveyard means they have at least 3 copies functionally in the deck due to the Phoenix Dragon. But if they don't find it, then... Oh, but Monster Reincarnation, so they had 4. So they're able to destroy this for free, deal 600. It's really tough. All they need are some monsters with attack points, and we're going to lose. The Seahorse Carrier did do a great job, but messing up the Dream Drummer could have been a game-losing mistake. As you can see, they only have 1 of each, so if I just got rid of one of the dragons, we would have been fine. My misplays keep costing me games. I think we'd be done by now if I were a better Yu-Gi-Oh player. They picked Burning Blaze Dragon, which is really interesting. You would think they'd go for the Ancient Arise, but this might mean they don't actually have any other low levels. I mean, we'd be in such a stronger position. Which one do they even destroy? Yeah, so they clearly have trap cards. This is not bad. Seahorse Carrier. Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon's effect. Discard, add back, Ancient Arise. Seahorse Carrier, get a monster. Ancient Arise Dragon is up next. 1, 2. Set, summon a Burning Blaze, and then tribute Burning Blaze for Burning Blaze. This puts a Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard. Activate the skill. Buff. Send a card? No. Activate Dragius? No. Because we're going to activate this instead. Return to 2. 1, 2. We destroy the monster. And now we just need 1 attack to get through. And we have 3. So that Seahorse Carrier turned the game around. And my opponent bricking helped a ton. They drew 4 back row that turn. Because they had the Monster Reincarnation, the Ghost Cyclone, and then set 2 more after that. So we managed to win despite the misplays, but here is a rare sight. Yuga Odo. Our opening hand. Very interesting. Really depends on what they're going for. They set 2 immediately. Okay. And they're thinking. Are they gonna summon out a monster? No. Okay. They hold on to something. We do have a Ghost Cyclone, so that's a decent start. Let's go ahead, destroy their card, and replace ours. It's just a recovery force, though. And unfortunately, this is looking kind of bad. 1, 2, and 3. Set and set. Like, Torn of the Windweaver, for example, is a big pain. I mean, it's hard to complain about this opening, but it's also really easy to complain about this opening. Mystic Dealer, Torna, that's exactly what I was worried about. Axel Wonder, they're going in for a big push. Fire Golem, summons Axel Road, probably gonna boost the Torna. No, they just go for Axel. Torna's effect, and they choose the right one. I do survive this turn. I think I have to wait. Alright, so we will take the damage here. But I did show them a 1400. Will they risk it with the fire golem? Alright. We take 1200 more. Our move. I draw. We get 5 monsters. I have a Ghost Cyclone face down. Let's destroy. And I get to draw another card. Alright. This is looking solid. Plenty of monsters to work with. Plenty of cards in hand. Dream Drummer. A second Dream Drummer. Tribute out the first monster. Let's activate the skill to buff Fear Ice Dragon. Then we send Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Seahorse Carrier. Seahorse Carrier activates the effect. Grab back this one. Activate Dream Drummer. Wait, is there anything I want to actually get rid of? Not really. Dream Drummer doesn't do much in this matchup, and we're not getting the life points, so we're not going to do that. 1 and 2. Next is Phoenix Dragon. And we activate the effect. Send, and get Burning Blaze. Summon out the Burning Blaze Dragon. And we could choose to put back the Phoenix Dragon with our Clear Ice Dragon. However, we're not going to because there's nothing we want to shuffle away. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Battle Phase. 1, 2, 3. Their board is clear. I play with the English voice for the Duel Masters characters, but I'm getting nostalgic hearing all my friends from 7s with the OG voices. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just said it when I downloaded the game and then I never changed it. Alright, let's see what they got. They summon out Doriado. They're making a big play. It's 7-Sword Witch, which is going to go up to 2800 this turn. We know they're able to search out 7-Sword Magician. However, whoa, check it out. They have a Prismatic 7's Road, which is fantastic for them. Alright, but here comes battle, and I have the Widespread Ruin. I saved it last turn, specifically for a moment like this. I do lose my monster though. And they concede. I held the monster reincarnation, and it paid off big. We gain 8,000, and I wonder what the rankings are at. I don't think I ever checked. 68 when I was at 36. What's 100? 100 is still not at 35. So I think if we do get to 40, we will be safe. Just says they enjoy Luke's. Def has that same over-the-top energy that you see Luke having for sure. I like most of the dub actors, I think, and the subs. I don't think there are any like super bad voices. Alright, we are up first, and we do like to see that. So what do we draw? An Ancient Arise Dragon is interesting. Draw for turn. I think we just set 4 and pass. We could bring out our boss monster, but losing to a Dragonic Slayer sounds like a bad plan. They set a monster. No indications yet. The pause does imply there is a Dragias coming out. Okay. Dragonite, and we are taking the damage. Oh wait, we aren't, actually. This is fantastic. And they mill a second Dragius. We are certainly going to do well. Unless we get a completely unplayable hand. This should work. Just show me a playable mix. Sure. That's good enough for me. Set 1. And then set 2. Yeah, I don't want to use the Slamoon, so we're gonna tribute off 2. Let's buff. Set. And I really would have liked another high level monster, but we'll do what we can. They have 2 Dragius in the graveyard, so they could always bring it back with a Phoenix Dragon. But the more pressing matter is a Dragonic Slayer coming down. Also, yeah, I am pretty surprised that 7s, obviously, before Duel Links, we weren't able to actually play Rush Duels in English, apart from the Switch game. The fact that they are, even if they're not importing the full rule set, just seeing Rush Duel get English things like the dub and whatnot is always nice. Okay, so we're gonna bring out Burning Blaze Dragon. And we will activate the skill. We go here and we send a Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. Battle phase. Unfortunately, again, just one monster, not really able to take a ton of advantage. And with an extra card, they could theoretically Phoenix Dragon plus Slayer, which is really dangerous. Triad Drago, they definitely have a monster, but do they have 2? Yep, it's Slayer. And we're gonna be left without really much to do. Oh, they must have a second one if they already are using the Triad Drago. It's a second Slayer. And with only one card being drawn, I'm not sure what we could even get that would turn this game around. I guess a Phoenix Dragon would be pretty good. But that's not even enough to, like, fully reestablish myself. So we do have an Ancient Arise. But do we even go for it? They are full on the field. I think despite having a play, it's better to wait and try to establish a better play on the next turn. My thought process is that with Ancient Arise and a Seahorse Carrier in hand, I can potentially get 2 tributes out, whereas now if I go in, I'm basically just blowing up to a Widespread Ruin. So I'm gonna just set. Their fields are already full, so they shouldn't be able to do too much. We are down 1 Ghost Cyclone, and they do have 3 trap cards, which is pretty concerning. But I think waiting 1 turn will give us the ability to make a real push instead of just getting stopped immediately. Okay, this is starting to look good. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. We grab back another monster. Then we Ancient Arise, 1 and 2. And let's see what we have in the graveyard. 1 Clear Ice, 1 Burning Blaze. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We mill, and we shuffle in 2. This lets us destroy Dragonic Slayer. then we can get a second one established. It's not going to be able to pop because we don't have... Oh, we don't have either. Yeah, so it's not perfect. But 2 Ancient Arise Dragons is at least a field. Or we can get the Clear Ice and summon Lamoon. That's actually probably better. Actually, so we'll just grab back the Clear Ice Dragon we just discarded. I changed my mind. Should summon Phoenix Dragon. Activate the skill. Mill a Burning Blaze Dragon. We can send some cards back if we want. In this case, it would be the 2 Sports Dragon pitchers, but I think we're fine. Then we set this one. And how many dragons do we have in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3. That's rough. Because now we have to start working through these. And if they're widespread, they widespread. They probably do. But that's okay. Okay, if they didn't widespread there, then we might be fine. Unless they're just like really baiting us. Let's go for it. Okay. Technically, we could have survived better if we didn't attack with the Ancient Arise. But if they had widespread, they could have used it during the first attack anyway. So it's weird. It would have been really weird to play around it at that point. So the Triad Drago is good in Resonance decks, but it's not really good in anything else. Triad Drago doesn't always come up, but it's really strong when it does. Where can I watch Rush? I don't know. I think it's on like Disney or something. I just watched it somewhere online. Okay, they were apparently calculating some kind of lethal line. They set another card. We have 10 in deck. Oh, I forgot to put back my Phoenix Dragon. That's a little unfortunate. They do clear the field, and I am worried about decking out now. Let's draw. Wow, that is a lot of monsters I'm not able to play. Do we go Cyclone? I don't think so. We probably need to start getting cards into our deck again. Phoenix Dragon. Cycle. Let's just get rid of Go Cyclone. And get Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we need to Monster Reincarnation. Because we need another low level in order to play the game here. We can ditch the Phantom Bind. Or we can ditch the Clear Ice. No, but we want to summon Clear Ice, because that gets another card into our deck. So we ditch Phantom Bind, and we just grab a low level. Probably Seahorse Carrier. Next up is Clear Ice Dragon. And that's going to put a card into our deck. We can return cards from the opponent's hand into the deck. Let's just get rid of their Sports Dragon pitchers. Then we Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We'll bring back Lamoon. And we get out Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. And we should definitely have one of each in the graveyard already. I do. So we activate the effect, we mill 1. Then we return cards into the deck. 1 and 2. Now we're back up to 7. And we get to destroy Dragonic Slayer as a free bonus. We activate the skill. And we are not going to send anything because we need cards in the deck. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard? No. Battle phase. Swing in. Deal some solid damage. Barrier. That's going to shuffle another one of their cards into the deck. Dragius. That is threatening. Yeah, so now they have a Dragius back in the deck. And if they draw it, they can clear my board and probably kill me immediately. It all comes down to their draw this turn. So I did discard my Phantom Bind, which technically would have been protection here. But if I didn't do that, they could have shuffled back a Slayer and put me in the same bind. This way I at least cleared their field. It sucks that their set card was a Slugger because I did put in 2 copies of Pitcher. And they haven't used any Phoenix Dragons. With Dragius and a Phoenix in the deck, I feel like we are in trouble. They set a couple of cards, but here comes Dragonic Slayer. So far, this is okay. Did they draw another level 7? But if they had a different one, they definitely would have wanted to summon it. Alright, my Ancient Arise goes down, and now it's my move. What do we draw? Yeah, a ton of high levels. That makes sense, though. Activate the effect. Phoenix Dragon goes into the deck. I will return their 2 remaining Sports Dragons. Kana comes down. And then Burning Blaze Dragon alongside it. Yeah, that's the maximum number of cards we can play. We don't have any Phoenix Dragons left. All we can do is activate the skill and go into the battle phase. And they have a trap, so even if it doesn't stop the KO, it is going to be enough to win them the game. I needed to draw one of my Phoenix Dragons instead of all of these. Yeah, there are now 2 Dragius in their deck. And I gave them 8 billion Sports Dragons to get out their monster with. Yep, another low level. And if I had just drawn a Phoenix Dragon, we would have won. 2 of my remaining 3 cards are Phoenixes. Oh, but one of them's on the bottom because I didn't send. I should have sent. I think I could have won. If I had sent one of the clear ices, I would have had a very, very good shot. They're thinking. Why aren't they just immediately killing me? Oh, I actually could have played one more card. I could have played the other Burning Blaze. Yeah, because now I lose. I lost. The game's over. One of my cards, the bottom card of my deck is Phoenix. I needed to summon out this Burning Blaze so I could draw all 3. Now I'm only going to draw 1 low level. Because the other card is not a low level. They are thinking they'd have to break incredibly hard. Like, I don't think it's possible for them to have drawn 5 high levels at this point in the game. They set. And yeah, Dragius. There's only 1 low level in my deck. A very long and drawn out loss. I don't know why they took so long to do that. Yep. I already knew that was going to be the draw. Yeah, and I messed up. If I had just shuffled my deck. Yeah, it's not enough. I'm gonna take a very short break, grab some water, and we will be right back. It's been 3 hours, and I think we are basically exactly where we started. No, we're actually lower. No, wait, did we start at 35? We might have. Alright, so we will be back in just a minute. Okay, so we are back. We're at 36,000 power. That's been enough so far to maintain a ranking in the 60s. There are still 6 hours left. Rank number 100 is currently at 34,000. If we can win a couple games, maybe get up to 38 again. We've been at 38 before. We can still turn this around. And we might be safe. Let's go ahead and queue on up. Alright, and we are going first. We like to see that. So, what are we going to be able to do? Seahorse Carrier. If we draw like a widespread, we could theoretically go all in. I think I'm going to set up my Burning Blaze Dragon and Ancient Arise for later. Using a Seahorse Carrier early is always a bit of a drag, but it's not doing anything worse than any other card in the game right now. Let's go ahead, send the monster, clear Nuclear Ice Dragon to the grave. So now Ancient Ice Dragon is set up as long as we draw some low-level monsters. They start with a Slugger, and both of those are on the field. Okay, they definitely have a Tribute Monster, obviously, and a Slayer. Slayer's fine though, because we don't mind getting rid of the Slayer before I get all of my trap cards. Slayer goes down, or I'm sorry, my Burning Blaze, and one of my monsters. Unfortunately, we can't Ghost Cyclone because we still have a monster on board. And we do, of course, draw into one. Seahorse Carrier. Let's go ahead and use it. We want as many resources as we can muster. That said, I do need to just find a way to play around the Widespread Ruin that might be coming my way. I think I'm going to have to set these two monsters. We're going to destroy the Slayer, so that's always progress. Let's activate Ancient Ice Dragon's effect and return monsters into the deck. We mill another Seahorse Carrier, and I think that's all three of them are down now, which is really sad. That is how we make our big plays later in the game. Set a card, and set. Alright, we can go in for 1600 and maybe have a good board. But they have the Widespread Ruin, so our monster is destroyed and things are suddenly significantly worse for us. Phoenix Dragon is even going to revive the Slayer. Things went very wrong very fast. Winged Dragon is whatever. One of them's getting tributed off, of course. Dragonic Slayer comes down. Here to blow up one of my back row. Of course, they boost the 1400 so that they aren't going to run into my Kanas. And they even hit the Phantom Bind. Ghost Cyclone is completely useless. And we're down to 2200. This is bad. Monster Reincarnation can get us the Ancient Arise again. However, is that enough? Phoenix Dragon. And a set. Activate Phoenix Dragon. Ditch you and get Ancient Arise. Set Ancient Arise and use the effect. We're not destroying anything, but we can at least beat over the opposing Dragonic Slayer. Turn it. Can we see the deck? Sure. So I'm running Ancient Forces. We've got 2 Ancient Arise Dragons, a 2-3 split, 1 Dragius, 2 Phoenix, a couple of Ghost Cyclones for spell trap removal, the Aqua Engine, Speedy Performers, and then the Dream Drummer Engine, as a way to get rid of cards like Curry Butts and Sports Dragons in the opponent's graveyard. Unfortunately, they have another Dragonic Slayer, plus Twin Edge, so that is going to be game. Even if we had set another monster last turn instead of the Monster Reincarnation, it wouldn't have made much of a difference, as we would have been at 300 life points, and dealing a full 5300 push against a full board without leaving ourselves vulnerable is basically impossible, especially with all 3 Seahorse Carriers already in my graveyard. So we are unfortunately down to 35,000. Hopefully we can turn it around. We have plenty of time. Still 6.5 hours before the end of the festival. Alright, and we are second. This could work, depending on what they play. So far, as expected, are they going for a Tribute Summon? Because we're not super prepared for that. But it is better to see that Dragonic Slayer come down turn 1 than to not see it. Set a card, and we are set. This is exactly what we wanted to see. We can use a Ghost Cyclone to destroy the back row. and then destroy Dragonic Slayer with our boss monster. Unfortunately, we drew all 3 Seahorse carriers, which is terrible. I don't think we're going to be able to win this game. Let's activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect. Boost up and mill. With all 3 of the Seahorses being used up with no effect, it's going to be very awkward for us to try to find any real value. So I've been thinking about it, and the Dream Drummers have not been coming up very much. So I'm thinking I'm going to switch it for Dragonite. Give us another dragon monster that we can shuffle away with Clear Ice Dragon. And also provide a little bit of a backup on our low-level monsters. We currently don't have anything really strong in the 4 or lower slot. Dragius comes out right away, and they still have 3 cards to summon a second boss monster. And here's another Dragonic Slayer. If we draw a Rise, we are actually still in it. Theoretically. Alright, we take 1200. They mill a Bunker Strike. Our move. We draw Ancient Arise, which is basically exactly what I wanted. But is it good enough? I think we set the Speedy Performers. And we have to save the Seahorse Carrier. We go 1 and 2. Luckily, Ancient Arise Dragon is set up. So we can go ahead and activate the effect and destroy the Dragius by shuffling away 2 of our monsters. Then we can perform just a tiny bit of protection with Grace Princess Kana. And then we can swing in. And they are down 2 Slayers, a Dragius, and a Bunker Strike. That's half the boss monsters in the deck. There is a chance they whiff for a turn, and then we make a comeback. The Dream Drummer Drum Engine is interesting. So the point is that it's another way to not deck out against warriors, while also getting rid of sports dragons in the opponent's graveyard. But unfortunately, it hasn't been doing a whole lot for me. It's come up a couple of times for sure, but I wonder if the 1500, like, you can see how little aggression I've actually been performing with my deck. So just switching them out for generic monsters that can actually establish presence might be the better option. Like, imagine if all these Speedy Performers and Dream Drummers were like 1300 attack point monsters. I'd be in a way better position. So they are Bunker Striking, and they lost a Phoenix Dragon, which is another really interesting mill, because they are now down 5 boss monsters. Apart from the Bunker Strike, there shouldn't be too many high-level monsters left in the deck. So if we can just weather this turn, but try a Dragon... Do they really have 2 boss monsters this turn as well? A full board is going to be really tough to deal with. Yeah, it's Dragonic Slayer. Incredible. So it does come down to us drawing very, very well. But if we can clear this board, we can win. That's not good enough. I don't think. Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We get a Grace Princess. Set. Then comes Ancient Arise Dragon. We have to mill Burning Blaze Dragon exactly. We do not. Set a couple of cards, and we destroy Dragonic Slayer. Now, if we were just able to clear this turn, we would have. They would be down all 3 Slayers, both Bunker Strikes, and Dragius. They would have had no boss monsters left, but now they do. Oh, there's a 3rd Bunker Strike. That's interesting. Very rare. At these, Bunker Strike used to be at 3 in most decks prior to the start of the mini box release, but with people running 3 copies of Slayer now, it's definitely a lot less common. The interesting thing is that this Bunker Strike could theoretically get them to another tribute. We know they put cards on the bottom last time, so there's really only 1 or 2 cards that they haven't seen in their deck yet. But you can see how helpful it would have been to just deny one of these Bunker Strikes for just 1 turn. Like, even if they did get 2 boss monsters out, we'd be in a better position. It would have taken them more resources, and they wouldn't be able to get a final monster out afterwards. Alright, they Resonance. But here's our chance to come back. Yeah, the thing is I can't Ghost Cyclone if I do this. So they're probably setting the Widespread Ruin. Interesting. We do have our own Widespread Ruin now. But if we set, they can only go for either Dragius or Slayer. I don't think I want to shuffle away cards because I want them to deck out. That's currently my win condition. We still have 1 Phoenix Dragon. We could get the other if we clear ice, but that seems really risky. So we're just gonna go like this and pass. They draw 4 cards. Let's see if we can just, how many Twin Edges are in the graveyard? Only 2 Twin Edge, though. They do have 1 more, which could be pretty threatening. But they concede. After a very long and hard-fought battle, we managed to win. And I have played them so many times. I have played against that player. Oh wait, I forgot to take out the Dream Drummers. Hopefully it doesn't cost me the next game. Alright, here comes another loop. We are 2nd. Okay, sure. And here comes the Dream Drummers. So these would normally just be, Dragorite or something. Alright, they're setting some cards. If they tribute someone, we actually don't have an out. 1400 and 1600 defense wins the game. Sometimes. That is all we need. Obviously we can't do too much here. We'll just try to set up. Would have really, really preferred to be going first. Because now they have 9 cards to work with. Let's see what they pull out. Hey, maybe they just won't draw any boss monsters at all, and then we can draw some and make a big push. Alright, Bunker Strike. They are definitely making a big play this turn. They do lose Dragius, but if they have a Phoenix, they can always grab it back. So next turn, I definitely want to draw into a Ghost Cyclone, because they're going to clear my board. I could use the extra card draw. And then after the Ghost Cyclone, I just need to be able to play and start countering the board. Ba-ba-bum. Bum bum bum. By the way, is anyone in the chat currently grinding for top 100 as well? And I would be interested to see if we end up ever facing each other. Though, if I'm getting stream sniped, that would be pretty bad. So if you run into me, make sure you concede. They are spending a ton of time on this Bunker Strike. Hopefully they just disconnect and we win. Nope, they finally go for it. Back to the top of the deck. I wonder why it's taking them so long. I need a way to, like, see how much time my opponent has left. Like, do a countdown clock on them. Alright, so they return 3 cards to the top of the deck. Dragorite gets summoned, probably getting tributed. No, with a Twin Death Drago, they're probably just going to swing with this. Keep all of those other cards in their hands for later. Yep, Sports Dragon goes away. Resonance, boosting up all their stuff. And that's all we can't do anything about it. Oh, I guess I could have actually. I could have kept my life points safe in exchange for the Phantom Bind, which is really worth it when when Slayers are around the corner. Seahorse Carrier is a card, I guess. One, activate the effect. Grab you. I can Dream Drummer, but I can't gain life points. How many Sports Dragons? Just the one. Let's return this to the deck and bring back their Sports Dragon. Then we can summon Clear Ice Dragon and mill. Do I send a card? I think so. We're trying to find big monsters to make actual pushes. Swing in. And they have the Ruin. Yeah, you shouldn't get too stressed about the Rush Festival. There are no real rewards. It is just for fun. I would like to stay in the top 100 just for the ability to say I did it, but I'm not super tying up my self-worth into it. Dragonic Slayer, and that is game. I'm pretty sure we just die. We definitely should have saved ourselves from the 2800 last turn. Yeah, and this is 1000 plus 28. That's my bad. I tried to save the Panabind for later, but against Dragonic Slayer, you have to use those trap cards immediately. We lose 1,001 points. And do I take out the Dream Drummers? I think so. Time for the Dream Drummers to go away. And we want just another level 4 or lower monster. And it's probably just gonna be Dragorite. We could put in Currybot. That's another common option in this spot. But I'm gonna go with Dragorite for now. To see if I can maybe make some better pushes happen. Rush Duel. Alright, here is another Luke. And we are up first. We usually like seeing that. Hopefully we get a decent hand. This hand is not good. Yeah, we have literally no option but to just set everything and hope they can't out-drag us. Hopefully that's good enough. That's all we can do. They set, and here comes the Tribute Summon. No, a third set. And here comes the Tribute Summon. Tribute set. It's a clear ice. No, maybe it's not. We somehow got through. Widespread Ruin, Ghost Cyclone, Dragorite, these aren't going to help us. I can summon the Clear Ice Dragon. Throw down a face down, and let's set up the Burning Blaze Dragon as well. Wait, no, I didn't want to, I should have tributed first. It doesn't matter though. Because that middle card isn't going to have 1600 or more defense. We can just tribute summon a second time. And we can actually activate the effect to get rid of the Sports Dragon. Let's do it. Alright, and we did use Dragias, so now we battle. Swing into the right one, and then the left one. And attack. Phoenix Dragon going down is fantastic. And we got rid of 2 of their tribute monsters. And now we have plenty of protection. A bad hand became very good once they didn't choose to attack. Or once they weren't able to, I should say. Yeah, so what we do is La Moon, mill 1, activate the skill, send a card to the graveyard. Yes, I'm not super concerned about Phantom Bind. And I don't want to draw it on a later turn. Battle phase 1. 2. Do I go for the greedy play or do I take the safe 1200? I'm gonna go for the safe play. Unfortunately, we missed out on 1400 damage. Oh! Rank 93? That's pretty good. We are probably queuing into each other. I hope you do well. Hopefully we can both maintain our rank. Alright, my opponent has plenty of cards, drawing an extra one. And here's Slayer to destroy one of my face downs. Unfortunate. And then Monster Reincarnation. What are they going for? Just a Fire Guardian. So far, that's fine with me. Now these are both stronger than my Dragius. Interesting. Draconic Slayer. What will it destroy? Looks like they hit the Widespread Ruin. Unfortunate. But they choose Draconic Slayer, and they're going to lose to a Phantom Bind. And then I have a second one to finish the game. Alright, on to the next match. Time to duel. I wonder if even... So our goal initially was 40,000, but it's possible that we don't need to go that far. Something like 38,000 if we can get back might be safe. There are only so many hours left in the game, in the day. Alright, and we are up second. Hopefully, it means we can land a sick Ghost Cyclone. We don't draw it. So now we don't want them to have any backup, but we don't want them to have any monsters either. It's always a tough decision. What do I want my opponent to have? But we should be looking at my own hand and figuring out our play. If we draw another low level, we're kind of okay. We can set up our board. If we don't, we can at least set up Ancient Arise Dragon for a future turn. They start with a set 2. They're going kind of slow. I feel like they might Tribute Summon. Dragius is coming down, but do they have protection? If they just end here, it's okay. They set a monster. I'm okay with that. But the face down back row, that's what I'm concerned about. We have Speedy Performer, Dragorite. Burning Blaze Dragon. Speedy Performer's effect, go ahead and boost Burning Blaze, then get tributed off for Clear Ice. They do have a Sports Dragon, so we're going to get rid of that. Dragorite into the deck, and then Sports Dragon into the deck. Activate the skill. Buff Burning Blaze Dragon. Yes, we'll send a card. Set and battle. If it's widespread, it's widespread. But I'm gonna manifest a Phantom Bind. Off to a good start. Oh, it's Barrier. Do they actually have enough? Maybe I should have Speedy Performed the Clear Ice. No, but if I didn't, if this was only at 2,800, Barrier would have destroyed me. And thank you for the follow. Alright, so they get to keep their Guardian, but it's much better than having them beat my Burning Blaze Dragon with Dragius and having absolutely nothing I can do to stop it. Setting a monster, probably going to go for that big Tribute Summon. We're just waiting to see what it is they bring out. And they actually shuffled away Dragius, so it's back in the deck, which is kind of scary. And here it is once again. Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. I have 4 in the graveyard. I think I just need to kind of high roll them and say they won't draw Slayer. Oh wait. Alright, and we'll see how it goes. We draw for turn. And we get some interesting cards, for sure. Kana. Do I have Phoenix Dragon? I mean, I do have 3 low levels, so I can basically switch out Burning Blaze for a Clear Ice, if I want to. And with Sports Dragons in the graveyard, I think I do want to. So let's go ahead and activate the effect. Ditch Burning Blaze Dragon. Obtain Clear Ice Dragon. Normal summon. And then we can use its effect, putting the Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of the deck. We get rid of the Sports Dragon. And what was their other card? Oh, it's Barrier. Then we set and summon Ancient Arise. Activate the skill. Buff and send to the graveyard. Activate Ancient Arise, returning cards into the deck. And this lets us destroy Dragius, guaranteed. But it does mean Widespread Ruin is kind of disastrous. I could have chosen not to attack, but that doesn't feel like a winning play. Yep, here comes Widespread Ruin. So all we have to protect us is 1 monster. Always attack? Yes. SM Orcs in the chat. Fairly dangerous. 2 Triad Dragos is a lot of card draw. Thank you for the follow, Reaper. How are you doing? Are you all playing in the event or no? Yeah, the Dragonic Slayer. Exactly what I was worried about. I could have prevented like 1,000 damage on a previous turn if I had used my trap card instead of letting it get destroyed by Slayer. The Fendivines really helped me out last game, though. Oh, that is interesting. I am dead, yeah. For a second I thought I was gonna survive with 100. Played for like 4 hours, hit 250, that's pretty good. I'm probably about to slide all the way down out of that. But I won't give up yet. 1150. That was a huge loss. And what do we have going next? We are first, which is kind of nice to see. Phoenix Dragon, we are going to get rid of that. But the question is whether or not we keep the Seahorse Carrier around. Ultimately, I value my life points quite a bit, so I'm going to set it. Oh, by the way, Harrier, someone in my Discord server mentioned that you were trying to, do some kind of column or something. I don't know. But feel free to reach out to me if you were looking for any thoughts on the game, etc. I wasn't really sure what the details were. They said that was something you mentioned in your stream. Under the Thunder. Is this Ancient Forces or aggro? Primo Katana, this is a pure aggro deck. It has been a long time since we've seen one of those. Okay. We're at 47. Can we win? I mean, another Seahorse carrier would be nice. I do enjoy not taking the extra big hit in the face. Would have really liked to see another low level. Seems to always be the case. I'm almost always fiending for more low level monsters. Do I keep the clear ice or do I just toss it? I think I toss it. What's their one tribute? Nothing interesting. I don't want to give them back Seahorse carriers. So I'm just going to tribute summon. Let's activate the effect, set, and battle. The trap cards and the spell cards sometimes lead to some suboptimal boards. Setting, that doesn't mean anything. Unless we see that switch to defense mode, then I'll feel better. Okay. One. Phoenix Dragon. Do we actually get rid of Ancient Arise Dragon here? It's a very funny thought. But I think it's correct. Let's go ahead, Phoenix Dragon, get rid of Ancient Arise, grab ourselves a Clear Ice Dragon. Then we can Tribute. And we notice the opponent has no high levels in hand. So if we shuffle back their Thunder the Thunder, that's one fewer high level for them to have in the future. So Clear Ice Dragon, go ahead and put this Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. Thunder the Thunder goes away. We set a card, activate Dragius, and activate our skill, Ancient Forces. This is going to boost Clear Ice Dragon to 2600 so that a Widespread Ruin can't ruin us. We send the final Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard and battle. I see I missed some comments. Card people on the meta outside of cold stats on the deck list. Oh wait, okay, I think those are in reverse order. Let me go scroll up after this turn, while my opponent is making their moves. Alright, so let's see here. Definitely will reach out to you because I want to set a once a week or whenever column that talk to YouTubers, me, Tomato, etc., players in tournaments, to come on the meta. Okay, similar to the Top Player Council. That sounds like a great plan. I am definitely down to contribute to that. Okay, here comes Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, but that is fine. We happen to have a couple of secret cards that will help us out here. They might not have any dragon monsters in the graveyard, but it doesn't matter when we activate Widespread Ruin and destroy their boss monster. They give us the concede and we move on to the next round. Back up to 36,000. It's been 4 hours, and we have barely moved the needle at all. But if we can just win one more game, 37,000 is a good push. Here comes our next opponent. Interesting, didn't you stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time? Yeah, I figured it was better that way. So it started out where I was streaming on Twitch and then just making videos on YouTube. But the thought I had was I wanted to save the VODs. So I figured I might as well just stream on YouTube at the same time. So if anyone wants to see the VODs, I don't have to make like a separate channel to upload them or anything. I can just kind of vibe. And YouTube puts them in the same tab as the main stuff anyway. Or, I mean, they put them in a different tab. So it's not like someone goes to my YouTube channel and all they see are all the streams. The videos are still going to be shown first, unless they specifically look for the live stream. So I think it's a good system. Draconic Slayer, turn 1, going to pop my face down. Draconic Resonance, is that their only monster? Maybe it's not going to pop my face down. But this is actually kind of awkward for me. Because I'm going to lose my boss monster here. And then I can't use my Cyclone, because they didn't clear my board. And I don't have a fire in the graveyard. Still, I'm going to go for it. Ancient Arise Dragon. However, I do actually get a couple of chances to mill. So if we can mill a Burning Blaze Dragon, we could still do this. Speedy Performer. Boost. Summon. Tribute. 1 and 2. Summon. Boost. Boost. Unfortunately, we don't find it. It would have been amazing if we did. A Recital is fine. Let's try the second attack. And we get through. This is a big push. Obviously, if we did destroy the Slayer, we would have won the game on the spot. But we didn't get quite lucky enough. Slugger, and unfortunately, I think they do have a pitcher in the graveyard. This is going to let them bring out a double boss monster board, which is going to clear both of our Ancient Arise Dragons, especially with Monster Reincarnation, to guarantee the Slayer to blow up our face down. We do still have both of our Phoenix Dragons available to us, so we're not out of the game yet. Draconic Slayer comes down, and they get another back row. 2 more back row. Interesting. I think that means I actually do keep an Ancient Arise Dragon, which means 5 more shots to find one of my level 6 monsters. Let's see if we can do it. We draw. And a couple of Seahorse Carriers will definitely be appreciated. Let's go ahead and summon one out. Do we have anything to send back? We do have a Dragorite. Wait, do I even use the Seahorse Carrier? I think I just summoned the Clear Ice over it. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We send back a Dragorite, and we will return both Sports Dragons to the opponent's deck. Then we summon another Seahorse Carrier and tribute over that one as well. We have one Clear Ice Dragon in the graveyard. So we activate our skill, Ancient Forces, providing a boost to Clear Ice Dragon. No. We provide it to Burning Blaze Dragon. And then we send Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Then we activate the Ancient Arise. This is going to remove Draconic Slayer from the field for free. 1, 2. Finally, we throw down a face down and we battle. Let's see if we can do it. They do have 2 face down cards. I am expecting a Widespread Ruin or something, but if it's just a Phantom Bind, we are safe. Swing in. Here's a second card. And they concede. I will go ahead and send them the nice. And now we're at 37,000. We're reaching our goal slowly. All it takes is one big win streak, and we'll guarantee a spot in the top 100. There are 6 hours to go. We are in there. But I'm worried that it's going to filter me out if I don't get a little bit higher. Match successful. Let's see what we queue into. Alright, and we are up second. Our hand is unplayable though. Anytime things start to go well, it looks like we get something where we just can't do anything. I mean, hopefully we find a low level, and then we can at least pretend to play the game. And we don't. Alright, that's all we can do. Yeah, my opponent is able to just completely swing in unimpeded. Yep. I could just concede and go to the next game. Because I even have 2 back row, which means things are not going to go well. Even if I don't die this turn, I don't really see how I do anything without running into widespread ruin, etc. I'm at 100 life. There's literally no way. I mean, we drew low levels. Tribute the Phoenix Dragon. Then we can put them both in the graveyard. Activate the effect. Shuffle cards back in. We can destroy the Burning Blaze Dragon. And then we attack Clear Ice Dragon. And they widespread ruin, and we'll just call it a game. Unfortunate. But those hands are going to happen. I'm sure it's happened to them many times over the last 3 days as well. Let's go ahead and just get the next game started. Alright, we are going second again. Hopefully this hand's gonna look a little bit better. We at least have playable cards. Starting with a set 2. Are they going for a turn 1 tribute summon? And it's a tribute set. That's gotta be a bunker with 1800 defense. Plus a trap card. Unfortunately, we have nothing. All we can do is set our cards. Seeing the opponent pass on a hand like that, it makes us really want to take advantage of it, but if we don't draw the cards we need, we simply cannot do so. They're setting more, but they're gonna tribute summon. Or at least flip. Like, there's no way they don't. Piercing Dragon, Bungus Blaster, and Dragonic Slayer. That's kind of what I expected to see. On the plus side, we aren't taking any damage this turn, so it could have been worse. They could have had a twin-edged dragon. Let's go ahead and destroy their field on our move. We're simply going to draw all the cards that we need. I don't think those are all of the cards that we need. I mean, I guess I can get rid of the sports dragons, so I'll go for it. Return this, shuffle these into the deck. Activate these skill. Try to inflict some damage. I just hit him with a good old surrender. We'll send a nice and try the next round. And with that, we're back at 35,000, a few hundred points below where we started. We are going first, which is nice to see. We have an Ancient Arise Dragon, but we don't have the setup for it. I think for now, we are just going to set 4 and pass. My opponent can still summon a Dragonic Slayer on turn 1 and kind of, blow us out of the game. But anything else, and I think we're okay. A Fire Guardian is fine with me. Especially if they're losing a Phoenix Dragon in the meantime. And they don't even attack. So this is progress. Compared to our previous games, this looks fantastic, right? So what we're gonna do is bring out the Clear Ice Dragon. Then when we buff it, it'll go up to 2,600. And we get to send a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard as well. We summon Ancient Arise Dragon. And we're not going to use its effect. It could gain attack, but we're going to play around Widespread Ruin. We could also theoretically even go for the Burning Blaze Dragon for maximum aggression here, knowing that we do have a Phoenix Dragon for later, which seems reasonable. Let's go ahead and Monster Reincarnation, get our Spell and Trap off the field before my opponent is able to take advantage of me with Slayer. We tribute off La Moon. And we could activate the effect to bring back Dragorite to the deck. However, I'm not going to. By activating this, by attacking with this first, we play around barriers. Then 1,800 and 2,400. I pass turn and my opponent's down to just 1,300 already. They do have something face down, but I'm expecting it to be on the lines of Phantom Bind. Pitcher is fine. They are getting to draw another card though. So they could establish 2 bosses if they have a really good hand. Bunker Strike will help them get there. Even if they mill one, the Phoenix Dragon is on the field already to at least give them a Fire Guardian. Let's see what they go for. They could theoretically get a Fire Guardian plus a Dragorite or something along those lines as probably their best field for this turn. And I feel like that would actually be able to defeat all 3 of my cards. They're drawing another card after putting cards to the top of the deck. With 2 Triad Dragos, they can get a full field. That's 2 level 7s and a level 4. Here comes a second Bunker Strike. They are definitely going to be able to do it. This is actually terrible for us, as Ancient Arise Dragon can't destroy Bunker Strikes. And they set another card. What an incredible play. They probably found the widespread ruin with that. Okay, we have to do some strategizing. Ghost Cyclones are going to do absolutely nothing here. But they can be discard fodder for a Phoenix Dragon, and that's a start. Phoenix Dragon, Speedy Performer. Speedy Performer, activate the effect, and boost Clear Ice Dragon. Then Ancient Arise Dragon. Wait, I didn't use this yet. Wait, do I even want to, though? Because I want to set the other cards. Because I can only get a level 5 back, and those aren't going to help me. So I basically just send the Ancient Arise, and then I take back Ancient Arise. We do a little bit of changing our mind. 1 and 2. Ancient Arise, and we set 2. Activate the Ancient Forces. And put this down. Do we send a card from the deck to the graveyard? Yes. Oh, and I forgot to activate this first. I could have put the Phoenix Dragon back into my deck. And shuffled it. But my opponent has 3 face downs. That's a little bit too many. If I was able to just destroy one of them, I'd be okay. But if I get hit by a Resonant, or by the Widespread Ruin, I just kind of lose. I have to pass. Congrats on getting back to 23k, Heather. Top 500 is a worthy place to aim for. They don't really have to play anything to beat me here. My field is not very strong. Unfortunately, we have nothing. All we can do is put the Ghost Cyclones on the next turn, but we're not even going to get to draw extra cards with them. We draw 1. Wow, it was only a barrier the whole time. If they don't have... Yeah, if they didn't have it the whole time, that's really bad for me. Seahorse Carrier, let's get back a card. We're going to need them. Then, Phoenix Dragon. And I would like to get the Ancient Arise again. Alright, we summon out Clear Ice Dragon. Is there anything we want to shuffle away from their graveyard? Not really. So we just boost. We're going to shuffle back just to get rid of the cards. Then, activate the effect. I do want to get Phoenix Dragon back into my deck. Shuffle a Dragonite for them. Alright, let's just try battling. To think that they didn't have anything is rough. We could have gone in. Last turn. Wait, they only have 300 life left? I somehow missed what their life points were at. That's tough. Could I have won? I had a speedy performer. I could have boosted something by 400. I could have won this game. I could have won this game. I threw. In the first Goha Rush Festival, after we get Machine Max, I'm gonna get top 100. Good luck. Dang. Yeah, last turn I had a speedy performer, and I didn't use it. If I had sequenced differently, I think I could have got the damage in. Is there any way I survived this turn? They have a big piercing dragon. They got to use monster reincarnation. They're setting up their entire hand perfectly. One of my Phoenix Dragons is on the bottom of the deck. They have a twin edge, and it's Dragius now. Okay, I survived the turn. Can I deal 300 damage? I think we got there. 1, 2. Clear Ice Dragon is going to be 2600. Enough for a perfect lethal. I activate the effect. Ancient Forces. Boost. Clear Ice Dragon. No. And they concede. That was incredibly close, but it's because I misplayed. And that's what I mean. I would be so much further along in this event if I was just a little bit better at rush duels. Just turning a couple of losses into wins would make a huge difference on the score. Because not only do you lose 1,000 points for losing, that's 1,000 points you don't gain. So every loss is like 2,000 points. So just turning one loss into a win would mean I'm at 38,000 right now. Crimson says, more into speed than rush. Finished top 500 with the ultra. Hey, that's pretty good. Congrats on the results, Reaper. Okay, our opening hand is odd, but it's playable. They are setting a card though. Do I summon Ancient Arise? It feels really bad too. I don't think I can reasonably justify it. Without any value out of it. Because if Widespread Ruin just hits me and I die, it's no good. So this is more into rush, but almost got to the top 1,000 with Tenyi. I mean, anything in a 4-digit range sounds pretty good to me. Like, even the KC Cup is harder to qualify for, so if you were even able to get into stage 2, I'm proud of you. Alright, so they just passed. I don't know if they're bricked or if they are waiting for me to make a move, but I'm gonna go ahead and set a couple of cards, and I'm also passing. I'm just gonna wait this out. I don't want to make the first move. Maybe now I should, though? I do have plenty of cards. What do we mill? Just a Ghost Cyclone. I guess I should have set the Phoenix. Oh, they're playing a Beast and this is an aggro deck. Very interesting. What do I have? I think that okay. I have some cards. They milled a Hammer Crush, which is good. Because my entire game plan revolves around keeping this Ancient Arise Dragon safe. Wait, it's Ancient Arise Dragon the whole time. They boost, but they don't have any dragons in the graveyard yet. But they do have a billion cards in hand, so they might be able to get there. Battle phase. We are making a huge push when we counter with Widespread Ruin. Now we just need one tribute monster, and we get there. This is huge because it means we summon Burning Blaze Dragon. And then, with the effect, it's going to be stronger than the Ancient Arise, keeping it safe for another turn. Let's go ahead and send a card to the graveyard. Clear Ice Dragon, now we are set up. Summon out Dragaray. Activate Ancient Arise Dragon. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Now I'm losing. Very funny. Well, I made the mistake. I'll live with it. And it's not widespread. We don't get punished. So, I spent the last 30 seconds talking about how I was not going to activate Arise's effect, and then I saw the glowing card, and I was like, oh yeah, let me click it. So, don't be me. So this is a Beast Engine Ancient Arise deck. I'm guessing that probably means they didn't have Mimi's cards. Or maybe they just really like the ability to debuff. Alright, so they get another monster back. And then what? Our board is pretty difficult for them to out. And even if they do, we have all of the resources we need to come back later. Monster Reincarnation? Sure. That's gonna get them the Ancient Arise Dragon again. But if they still don't have the level 6s, then we might be in a good spot. They're summoning out Thunder the Thunder, going to weaken my Ancient Arise Dragon a second time. No, they don't discard. Are they planning on using all 4 of those cards? 3,000. Oh, Prima Gatarna. It's not Ancient Forces. This is just an aggro deck using an Ancient Arise Dragon as a 3,000 beat stick. Very interesting. Yeah, they get me. I draw. And this is interesting. If we use Speedy Performer, we can boost Burning Blaze Dragon by 400. Then we can activate Monster Reincarnation and ditch Race Princess Kana for Ancient Arise Dragon number 2. Summon out Ancient Arise Dragon, and this time we're actually fine to activate the effect. This is because after we use our skill, Ancient Forces, we send this, send a card, and it's at 3,200. So we send this. How many cards do I have? 9. I could go ahead and return cards to the deck just to get them back in there. 1 and 2. We're back up to 11, which is solid. Then, Phoenix Dragon can come out alongside Clear Ice Dragon. So we've now reestablished the board, have the ability to get Phoenix Dragon back into the deck, and we can even get rid of some of their low-level Pocket Pocket Chew targets. 1 and 2. Enter the battle phase, and we should be able to blow up this board. Okay, looking good so far. Let's clear them out and move on to the next turn. My sequencing was a bit poor. I should have put the Seahorse Carrier back before I used the skill. Or, I'm sorry. I should have put Phoenix Dragon back before I used the skill. That way it wouldn't be stuck on the bottom of my deck currently. So the opponent has a ton of beast monsters in graveyard, but the boss monsters are not going to share a type with their other cards, so I'm probably not going to get much use out of my traps this game. That said, if they don't find a good way to answer my entire board here, I am in a good spot. Oh, there are also 2 more Gazelles, so Pokemon Pikachus are very alive. Rush players could use Tenyi for events. Yeah, if you were to invest in speed duels, that's definitely a good option. I know the Lunalite deck is also fairly cheap, but I'm not caught up enough on the meta to know which one's better. I'm gonna guess Tenyi is based on the way this conversation is going. Alright, here comes a monster. Pocket Pikachu, they actually do have the advantage engine. Continuing to go. Our deck still has a Dragius, and a second Ancient Arise, and a Phoenix Dragon. Those are the big 3 that we're looking for going into this next turn. We're pretty sure the face down card is not a Widespread Ruin, otherwise I would have already used it. The Anketo is fine. I'd much rather see that than something like Dragius. An extra 1,000 life points usually is not too much of a concern. And if they're discarding a Speedy Performer, that means they aren't going to bring out a second boss. And they chose pretty well. They're using the Beast Engine to prevent this from getting hit by Phantombites. It's even prismatic, which is pretty nice. Okay, we draw a Clear Ice, which we can summon out. We can also put back a card with Clear Ice Dragon. Seems like a good plan. Let's shuffle my Dragorite back into the deck and get rid of both of their Gazelles. Or both of their normals. We summon La Moon. And then a Burning Blaze Dragon. Set and activate the skill. There is a Phoenix Dragon at the bottom of the deck that I am trying to find, so if I can send a card, I will. Then I will enter the battle phase. Wait, how many dragons do I have? 1, 2. Perfect. But if there's a barrier, that is enough. But it's not. I'm pretty sure their set card is Phantom Bind. Let's go ahead and pass turn. Depending on the matchup, I think how bad Live Twins are going second is a little overblown, and it's not the best turn 1. So they have, what is it? The pop and a draw 1. That's always a good start. Hammer Crush Deal finally coming out. One of my back row is unfortunately going to get destroyed here. I would guess they're going to destroy the one I just set, because I didn't use my other cards whenever they attacked with their other monsters. Tenyi and Live Twins are the best current decks, and Tenyi... Oh. And Tenyi is so much cheaper. Okay, that makes sense. Live Twins going first are Modern Day Infernity. But better and more consistent, that is a pretty strong case for the deck. Okay. They said a Hammer Crush, but is that all they're doing? At some point I'll find Dragius. Or maybe they'll find Dragius. Very funny. They don't have any dragons in there. I mean, I have plenty of life points, so I think I just take the hits. And there's only one backer left in the deck anyway, so I shouldn't really be breaking on it too much. And we know they have a Hammer Crush. I guess maybe I should activate one. Well, not at this point. Ba-bum-bum-bum. So we have 2 Phoenix Dragon and Ancient Arise. Half of our deck are big cards. Obviously, Ancient Arise is really what we're looking for. And I think that Phoenix Dragon should be enough to get us there. Let's go ahead and summon it out. Toss a Seahorse. Grab Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we can Seahorse number 2. Activate this Seahorse. Get an extra card. Though I actually do not need to do that. That was a mistake. 1 and 2. I had enough cards anyway. Ancient Arise Dragon. Summon La Moon. Summon Clear Ice. And we should have one of both in the graveyard. We do. Go ahead, activate Ancient Arise Dragon. Return cards 1 and 2. Destroy Dragias for free. Then we can activate Clear Ice to get us an extra card into the deck. Phoenix Dragon going back in. What cards will I return for the opponent? Probably just the 2 Vanillas one more time. Activate my skill. Boost up a unit. And then I send a card to the graveyard to shuffle that Phoenix Dragon that I just added. And now we head into the battle phase. We know they set Hammer Crush, so we should be okay. Oh wait, I have to think about the Phantom Bind. I keep forgetting about it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, their monster shouldn't have 1500 defense though. It's Widespread Ruin the whole time. They've been holding onto that card for so long. I feel like they could have won if they used that earlier. They are drawing again. I mean, their deck should be mostly just vanilla wind monsters at this point. And we know we've seen 2 Dragias come down. Oh, this could be lethal. They might actually kill me. The 3rd Dragias is game. Wow. That's really rough. We know they have the crush. That's so disheartening. They saved that Widespread Ruin for so long. I forgot to turn this on! Would an extra 900 have saved me? My thing was set off. 900 damage might have been able to save me. Yeah, because I had 2 oh no! I forgot my toggle wasn't on, and I lost because of it. That is so unfortunate. Wow. I mean, maybe I was dead anyway, but I don't know. I think I might have survived. Alright, we're up first. We'll do what we can. That's always a disheartening thing. It sucks to lose because of your own mistake. We need to find some 2 tributes, so activate Ancient Forces. Use this, set it up, send a Burning Blaze to the graveyard. Throw down the face down and pass. Yep, we definitely messed up a ton that game. And they're just going for an immediate Dragonic Pressure. Very what did they get rid of? Interesting. They weren't able to play. Okay. Well, this could be a way for us to come back. Let's Phoenix Dragon. Oh, I should have used my Ghost. Oh well. We're going to ditch Kana and get back. Well, we don't want to send any of those back. So we're definitely taking the Burning Blaze for the extra damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna mill aggressively. And I had the Ghost Cyclone. This is really, really bad. I could have destroyed the face down. I need to slow down. Think. Heather, you're probably right. Okay. I'll get some more water after this round. They started with a turn 1 pressure. So they are down 2 boss monsters. I don't think they have any sports dragons. But Phoenix Dragon is pretty good. They go for Slayer. That's a smart choice. And now the Ghost Cyclone here does lead to a 50-50. So if we dodge it, we can still win. Dang. Okay. I think we just want a way to get into Ancient Arise. We can pop the Slayer and start establishing presence again. Let's see Horse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab a La Moon. Grace Princess Kana is the weakest link, so we're going to summon it out. Ancient Arise Dragon is up next. 1 and 2. Activate Ancient Arise Dragon. We should have both in the graveyard. Let's go ahead and shuffle 2 monsters into the deck. 1, 2. This allows us to destroy Dragonic Slayer for free. Then we can summon out two more monsters and set down this for later. Finally, we enter the battle phase, and we can destroy this, inflicting 2,000 damage. The max defense we expect is 1,300, so we clear it out with Dragorite. 1,200, and they are down very low. This game is not lost yet. We could have won much easier, but we need to just keep moving forward. They are down one of each of their boss monsters, plus a Phoenix. They only have a Slugger, okay, but they find the pitcher. They can establish a 2-boss board, but without a Dragius, my life points shouldn't be taking all 4,400. They lose Winged Dragon. Theoretically, they could find another Phoenix Dragon. Other than that, I think we can make it through. We got rid of Widespread Ruin nice and early, so there aren't any more back row that we need to be afraid of. At this point, Dragonic Pressure isn't live. And even if they beat over 1 or 2 or even 3 of my monsters, I have the Monster Reincarnation to reestablish my board and take them out. Alright, they go back to the top of the deck. Are they going for a Triad Drago play? One is down, but they could have found the other. Their deck doesn't have a ton of cards left. So with a Triad Drago, they could draw an additional card and get the full double boss plus Dragorite board. Oh, Next event is Wave Duel Scramp. Yeah, I wonder if the Flame Cerberus will be good or not. Probably not. But Phoenix Dragon and Triad is an incredible draw. But they need Slayer. They do choose Slayer. That's smart. And this time they destroy my Ghost Cyclone, which wasn't doing anything. They set a monster. And they lose out on a ton of damage because they play it safe instead of going for the Dragius. Now, all I need to do is punish them for it. I have Monster Reincarnation, and I'm pretty sure I even have my monsters set up. We find an Ancient Arise Dragon, a Dragius, and a Seahorse Carrier. That's just about everything we could ask for. Let's go ahead and grab Seahorse Carrier. This will give us Kana. Summon. And let's triple check. I see both. We can go ahead and summon Ancient Arise Dragon. We win the game this turn. Let's activate the effect. Let's return. 1, 2. Then we destroy Dragonic Slayer. Speedy Performer. And then we can get out another boss monster. They concede. Would Flame Service be a good card in the Noodle Ninjas? So that is where you would run it, if anywhere. A 2101 Tribute is basically Fire Guardian. The question though is that going to make it worth running over Dragius? And it feels like a no. You're already running 3 Dragius, 3 Noodles, and Innocent Lancers, so your high level slots are kind of taken up. In the Noodle Art Boost deck itself, if you're running the dedicated skill, it's still bad, but it is another monster that you can summon for 1 tribute that gets boosted, and it can boost over the Noodle Ninja, so your Noodle Ninja stays safe from Widespread Ruin. Overall, it's probably the worst strategy though. That said, we won a game. I'm gonna go grab some water. We will be right back. Take this time to go to the bathroom, grab a snack, get some water if you need it. I will be back in a moment, and we will resume with the grind. Welcome back, everyone. While I was taking a quick break, I thought about the deck. What am I constantly saying? It's that I need another low-level monster. So, if we remove these 2 Speedy Performers, which I'm not using very well, and a Dragorite, I can add in Curry Bots. And then, I'll have a card that I can have be another low-level monster every now and then. Both cards are situational techs, and this is the one I'm going to go for. Let's switch up the deck just a little bit as we evaluate the meta decide that cards like the barrier are not very common, and then head back in and try to rush Duel. We have 5 hours remaining. Okay, so we have a playable hand. Losing out on a bunch of seahorse carriers early is rough. It looks like they have some back row. That is a ton. They've kind of bricked. If we can draw into something, like Ghost Cyclone, that sounds pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and destroy this one. It's a Phantom Bind. Do they have Widespread Ruin? That's the big question. I don't think there's much of a choice but to go for this. If they bricked, we need to punish it. Battle phase. And they can't activate anything. This could be the start of our comeback arc. Tracheus got in for a clean 2500. We destroyed a Phantom Bind, got a bonus card. Those face down cards could still be barriers or Phantom Bind. We have to be careful because we didn't have any dragons in the graveyard and they didn't have any monsters either. But they go ahead and concede on turn 3. Let's click OK and move into the next game. That was a quick 1,000 points, which is always appreciated. Rush dueling one more time. And then another time or 3 after that. And maybe 10 more after those. So we are now back to our regularly scheduled Luke Callister programming. We are going second again, but the last game was not a real one. Oh no, that's not what we like to see. Let's see if we're able to make it happen. There are sequences of events where this is pretty good. Alright, show me a low level. Okay. Show me a second low level. Not quite. I think I need to set up this Ancient Arise Dragon. If I want to live. Let's activate the skill. And send Burning Blaze Dragon. We could monster reincarnation and get another set monster, but that's a little too risky, or too safe. If we want to win this game, we need to be basically saying, hey, you aren't going to draw the out. Because if we play conservatively, they'll eventually have the time to get what they want. Note that they are running more than 30 cards in the deck, so they are slightly more likely to brick than others. They set another card, and a face down, and they pass. Exactly as planned. We draw for turn, and things are starting to look up for us. We have a Phoenix Dragon, which we can use to get access to that Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we could even theoretically shuffle away the Lesser Dragon, and put even more low-level monsters into their deck. This seems like a plan. I will be discarding the other Phoenix Dragon, unfortunately. But we're gonna grab a Burning Blaze. We can Tribute Summon. And set the 1400. And now we need to make sure we sequence properly. Let's start with Clear Ice Dragon. This puts a card back on the bottom of the deck. We get rid of Lesser Dragon. And then we activate the skill, Ancient Forces. This boosts our monster. And then, more importantly, it sends a monster to the graveyard. And this is going to enable the deck to be shuffled. We destroy 2 monsters. 1, 2. Getting rid of a Phoenix Dragon is fantastic. That's 1 boss monster down. They only draw 2 cards, and we know all of those are low levels. So they only have 2 chances to actually find an out. They pass. We find Ancient Arise Dragon. Let's see. I could use my monster reincarnation here to start fully clearing the board each turn. We also hit a sports dragon, so we want to get rid of that. So we're going to start with Clear Ice Dragon. This puts Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of the deck and gets rid of their sports dragon pitcher. Then I want to clear all 3 of their monsters if I can. So I could summon an Ancient Arise. I do have plenty of resources for later, so this doesn't seem too risky. We bring out Dragorite, and now our hand is looking a little bit better than before. Let's Ancient Forces, and make sure we send something to shuffle up our Phoenix Dragon. This also helps us find Dragias faster. Let's enter the battle phase and just swing in. Their face down card, I'm pretty sure, is actually something like Dragonic Pressure, which is a little bit rough for us. They are eventually going to be able to do some kind of combo and make a comeback that way. Unless we can start pushing with Dragias. We need to really draw into him. Still not there. Let's activate our skill. Though actually I think all of them are in the graveyard already. Yeah. Let's just get rid of the Clear Ice Dragon. Let's put Dragorite back and give them even more low-level monsters to potentially brick on. We can then battle. And we pass turn. Another slow roll. They set a card. Could be the Widespread Ruin. 3 more set monsters and a pass. We draw for turn. Nothing usable. Let's go ahead and activate Ancient Forces. Now that there's a new set card, we need to play around the prospect of a Widespread Ruin. And I think it might be. Right, unfortunately this time they are getting both Sports Dragons into the graveyard for their Dragonic Pressure play. On the other hand, they are down 2 Phoenix Dragon, which is always a nice thing to see. Here comes Dragonic Pressure, as expected. And we know the other one is a trap card of some variety. Now, depending on what they drew, we might still be okay. Like if it's just a Bunker Strike, they can't even use the effect. And they set another card. Okay. Had to make sure my thing was not off again, because that did kind of frustrate us a little bit earlier. Widespread Ruin empties their board. We draw. We get a Phoenix Dragon. That's always nice to see. Let's start with Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect, and we'll grab a Kana. Bring out the Kana, and then Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Then we will Seahorse Terrier again. Grab ourselves a Kana. Summon Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon, send that Kana away. Grab ourselves a high level dragon. Like, Ancient Arise. Part 2. Finally, we bring down the Dragorite. And we can even Monster Reincarnation, and they concede. Alright, we got a lucky streak. 2 wins in a row. With the opponent not doing much. If we can keep this up for just another game or two, we'll be in a spot to call it a day. I want to hit 40,000 if we can. I think that will be safe, especially as the hours remaining dwindle down. Let's see if we can do it. We're up first. Maybe this means we'll be able to establish a board and make use of all the extra cards we're getting. Let's draw. This is playable. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We could summon our monster, but it loses to too many things. Dragonic Pressure turn 1. This seems really familiar. 3 boss monsters going down immediately. We will take 14. And here's a chance to get in for big damage. Currybot isn't going to do it. We didn't draw any of those last turn. However, I wouldn't count us out just yet. Here comes a Burning Blaze Dragon. And we have Monster Reincarnation, which we can use to get another low-level monster to fix our hand. Ancient Arise Dragon to the graveyard. Give us back Dragorite. Summon out Dragorite and then tribute it for Clear Ice Dragon. We're looking probably for low levels next turn, so we are going to mill another monster. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard? Yes. And we are not going to send anything back because they just lost 3 of their boss monsters, including 2 Slayer. Obviously they could draw a Phoenix, but I'd rather have the Slayers in the graveyard than in the deck. Alright, we dealt 3,000, they dealt 14. It's a back and forth game. The Dragonic Pressure definitely unbricked them. Phoenix Dragon comes out, and this is starting to look a little bit rough. Presumably they are going to go for the Slayer, but they might choose Bunker Strike depending on what cards they have in hand. If they're trying to get a Triad Drago play, for example, we'll have to wait and see. Phoenix Dragon ditches the other Phoenix Dragon. That's really rare. Usually this is one of the better cards in the deck, so their hand must be a little bit awkward. Here comes Slayer. And a set monster. Resonance, boosting up both of them. They can destroy my back row, but as long as I can find low-level monsters, Ancient Arise Dragon is able to destroy Slayer for free. And then we can make a big push. Let's see it. Can we win? That's not going to do anything. As always, we just needed another low-level monster. I would like to send more monsters to the graveyard. Thank you. And here we go. That set card is probably Triad Drago. But that's the same as not summoning this. Okay. Oh, but I would have had another monster to defend me. Destroy a card? Yes. Slayer goes down. We swing into Dragorite, reducing them to 1500. Their move. They are down both Phoenix Dragons and 3 of their boss monsters. All we need to do is have them not find a high-level monster for 1 turn. Let's try a Drago going in. This could be it though. Something like Dragius is incredibly threatening. Dragonic Slayer comes out. And that's pretty good too. That's game. Unfortunate. That was some of the nice, and we will move on. That was a good back and forth game. I just drew a Ghost Cyclone where I needed a monster. On the other hand, those Ghost Cyclones were also doing some work earlier, and it would have won me a game if I had actually remembered to activate it. So it's hard to say. I think it's about 50-50 versus being just a low-level monster. We are up against a Gokto for the first time in a while. If this is Renegade and you're watching, please concede. But we're definitely just starting with the set and pass play. Unfortunately, Ancient Arise Dragon gets basically no value in this matchup. Here comes Yami Ruler, or even Kime Ruler for the 2500 ping. Oh, Nandes. And 2 Nandes. Well, that's rough. However, a level 1 or a level 6 can clear this. Kuribot is a good start, followed by Dragorite. We bring out the Burning Blaze Dragons, and Yami Ruler is going down. I activate my skill, Ancient Forces, up to 2800, and we get to mill a Clear Ice Dragon as well. We would have liked to see a Clear Ice Dragon to get rid of these resource generators, but it is okay. Battle phase, clear this out, and one of the Nandes. We get a small lead. This could still be Red Eyes or Pure. Though I'm leaning towards it's probably a Celerity deck. Because I feel like if you were running all the Red Eye stuff, you probably don't run Kuribot. They said a monster, but that doesn't mean anything. They're probably Tribute Summoning. Here it is, another Yami Ruler. And they have Nandes, of course. Oh, but they switched Nandes to defense mode. They set a card and another one. They probably have a Dark Ruler Battle Slash at this point. Yeah, and I'm under the lock. Let's bring out La Moon. Set a card. And which one do I give up? The thing is that Dragius is the stronger monster, but Ancient Arise can actually beat a defense position Yami Ruler. Oh, I could get the 1600. And then I can get rid of their, like, wacky cards. Let's go ahead and boost up to 2800. I don't need to send anything. I will activate though. Return to the deck. 1 and 2. I probably get hit by a Battle Slash though. And I only have 1 out to this. I guess that's not too bad. Let's just swing in. And they're saving the Battle Slash. So I think we can just pass here. Okay, looks like they have another one. And it's the third Yami ruler. 3 turns in a row. Accelerate. Is it going to switch my monster to defense mode? Probably this one. I imagine it has to be a 0 defense monster. Oh, they choose the 1600. That's kind of odd, but sure. Let's go ahead and just widespread ruin while we can. Draw for turn. We have monster reincarnation, which is nice. And I think we should just make the attempt. Start forcing out the back row. What can we put back? A Dragorite? That seems fine with me. And then we can return these 2. Alright, have a great night. Dragzen. Activate the skill here. Ancient Forces, boost this. Send a card from the deck to the graveyard. No. Swing into the Battle Slash. Yep, that's fine. I don't lose my monster, so I don't mind losing the back row. They hit a Phantom Bind, and I can pass. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 warriors. Not a whole lot. So my Phantom Binds aren't even really doing anything, so the Battle Slashes aren't that good. They switch to attack mode. But 3 Yami rulers have been played. I can finally start my push on the next turn. Even if they Kime ruler, they don't have a way to get all of my monsters to defense mode. And they actually tribute off Yami ruler for this Kime ruler, which is crazy. I'm guessing they must have their own widespread ruin set at this point. Otherwise, they'd be making way too aggressive of a push here. We don't need to use it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless I'm like a big idiot and miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we were fine. Okay. Let's set. And then... Is there anything I want to get rid of? Yes, there is. But I don't have any targets anyway. Hyla, I'm gonna lose my sanity. Go sleep. You can't make me. We can Ancient Arise. And then I do want to start shuffling these cards back into the deck. That way I am able to not deck out. Ancient Arise Dragon. Oh, I guess I didn't have the 2 that I needed. Whoopsies. So let's send a card from the deck to the graveyard. In that case, no. I am trying not to deck out here. We have a monster reincarnation. Which means we can Seahorse Carrier. I'm going to use the effect so we draw an extra card. Or so we draw fewer cards. Grab La Moon. Summon out the Clear Ice Dragon. And we can start kind of just slamming things in. Battle phase, go. Barrier, that makes sense. Oh, and they get another Yami ruler. Alright, let's try number 2. If they have the widespread, they have it, but they don't, so we get in, and we're gonna start pushing. 1600. They're down to half life. Is top 100 worth my mental? I'm fine. Sorry if I sound like super annoyed or anything, but I'm having a good time. Yeah, but we didn't have the level dragons, so unfortunately they get to cycle with the Seahorse Carrier. I'd been doing a good job of stopping them, but I fell short. I wasn't able to find any Dragorites last turn. They set a monster, and here comes Hime Ruler number 2. This allows them to switch a monster to defense mode. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warriors in the graveyard. Unfortunately, probably not enough for me to stop them with a Phantom Bind. Can we see the deck list again? That depends. Bonko, are you my current opponent trying to deck me out? And a second Hime Ruler. Plus Thunder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I activate it. My move. I draw plenty of cards, and we have a few options here. Let's go Cyclone, try to get rid of another trap card. Alright, one more barrier is down. Monster Reincarnation is next. We can grab the Ancient Arise Dragon. Go 1, 2. Summon it out. Set the Dragorite. Summon Clear Ice. And then activate the effect to get rid of those vanillas. And give me an extra card. Then activate the skill. We go up by 400. Or sorry, 1,000. Then we mill 1. But we get to return 2. So that's 1 and 2. And I would like to destroy the Thunder. Alright, battle phase. Let's go. And it's probably another barrier. All things considered. 1, 2, 3. I don't know, is that not enough? All of the Hime Rulers are down, so I'm gonna pass. Maybe I shouldn't have summoned, or maybe I shouldn't have destroyed Thunder the Thunder because I could have swung into it for some damage. That would have been relatively safe. But I liked shuffling. Oh, but you can shuffle the cards back and not destroy. That's a good point. Still, they should only have 1 Yami Ruler in terms of high-level monsters left in the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, and eventually they are gonna get widespread. Maybe I'm the beatdown, because that's probably widespread ruin. I draw, and I'm running out of cards. Phoenix Dragon. Summon Clear Ice. Oh, do I want to loop for an Ancient Arise? Will having a second one be helpful? I don't even know. Oh, I could grab Dragius. 1 and 2. Then 1 and 2. Then we put back the Phoenix Dragon. We will give them a Seahorse Carrier, I guess. Then we Ancient Arise. We should have both in the graveyard. Yes. So we mill 1, but we get 2 back in the deck. 1, 2. Activate the skill. Buff this. I will not send anything to the graveyard. And then I can Dragius and Battle Phase. Let's start here. And we're kind of just going in for game. We swing in with this one next, I guess. Force the Widespread Ruin. If they don't have Widespread, we win. It's Phantom Bite. Oh, that might be enough. It's not enough. And they concede. We get there just barely. Another... I don't remember who said it in the chat, but, Yami Ruler is the best deck at losing very slowly. Oh. Alright, we're at 38,000. Where does that put us? The question is always, is this good enough? Or do I need to keep playing? 38 puts us in the 50s. Are we high or low 38? We're at 38,649. $38,649 puts us at 49. Is that enough? 35. Wait, 100th is still 100? Wait, okay. As of, yeah. Do I call it? Yes, my deck list. Here we go. Pastel. So we have 2 Ancient Arise Dragon, plus Dragius for our level 7 monsters. This seems kind of low, but with 2 copies of Phoenix Dragon and Monster Reincarnation, you're able to get them back fairly consistently. For the rest of the Tribute Engine, we have the skill, the cards required for the skill. I run 3 Clear Ice and 2 Burning Blaze. Burning Blaze Dragon is the stronger monster in terms of attack points, but as you saw in that last game, constantly shuffling away, cards like Light Vanilla Aquas, or Curry Bot, or Sports Dragons can be a big hindrance to opposing decks. Then we have engines basically just to facilitate this. When you have ideal board states that involve a 2 tribute monster plus a 1 tribute monster, you're going to need a lot of cards to do that. So we run Seahorse Carrier, Aquas, and Curry Bot. Then we just have the random lineup of Spell and Traps. Phantom Bind is for the Resonance matchup. Widespread Ruin is Widespread Ruin, Reincarnation is important, and Ghost Cyclone is our only way to destroy Spell and Trap cards. So, chat, is 38,000 enough? Can I stop here? Is that enough to claim the top 100? Or do I need one more? We also don't know. We are getting close to the next cycle. So what I'll do is let's write down, currently 100th is at 35,283. We're going to wait a few minutes for the rankings to update, because they do that at every 30-minute mark. So, depending on how much the ranking goes up during the next hour, we will see whether or not we think it'll be okay. In the meantime, let's just go ahead and finish up the standard duelists, get some coins or whatever. Welcome, Bakasynth. How are you doing tonight? But yeah, 36k is currently top 100. We are a little bit above that, but will it hold? It's entirely possible. We queue up at 7:30 or whenever the next ranking update is, and it's just shot up even further. But there are only 4.5 hours left. So will it rise by 3k in that amount of time? It's always, this is where we're at, a really dangerous position. If we play and lose, it'll take us a long time to get back to where we started. If we play and win, we're completely safe. But if we wait until the last hour and then need to win, it kind of comes down to a 50-50 gamble, because we won't have enough time to make the progress. Like, this was a 300-point climb. Sorry, a 3,000-point climb, and it took us 5.5 hours. So it's a real guess. If anyone has info on what the rating was earlier, that would be useful. So I do have a little bit of things I can compare to. I don't have the 100th rank, but I do have some of the 70s. So 69 went from a... So at 11 hours ago, 69th place was 34,000. Then, if we scroll down, 62nd place was 35,000. Then 1 hour after that, we can see that 62 went from 35.5 to 35.8. So only a gain of around like 300 points. So if that's the general trend that we see, then I think we would be safe. Welcome, Aldair. How are you doing? The 999 gems is nice. That's the main benefit of playing Rush over Speed, is that you get plenty of gems in the box. Alright, so it is now past the ranking update mark, but I think it does take them a couple of minutes to actually post it. So I know we would have been in 49th place if nothing changed. Let's see if they have updated it or not. And we are at 51st. We only slid 2 places. Top 100 is currently at 36,150. Okay, that's kind of concerning though. Because that was a full 1,000 increase. Or more like 900. So if it keeps going up that fast, 38,000 is not going to be enough to save us for 5 hours. I think we have to try to go for 40,000. Just like the original plan. Let's go ahead and rush Duel. Okay, our opening hand is not looking great. Yeah, the effect failures, any main box you are, is gonna be rough on those gems. If they don't set a card, well, we do have Dragius. And we can protect ourselves from a widespread ruin. So let's Phoenix Dragon. Summon Burning Blaze Dragon. And normally I would love to cycle for the Clear Ice Dragon. But that's not happening this time. Because we need the protection from opposing widespread ruins. So while I would love to use Phoenix Dragon, I cannot. We go 1 and 2 and mill. Rise into the light and battle. Okay, nothing activated. Their face down could be a Ghost Cyclone. Pass turn. Bum, 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 bum. Right, they are setting, but that doesn't mean anything. It looks like they're going for a tribute summon. No, a second set? Okay. But now. An Ancient Arise Dragon would be pretty big. That could clear both of my monsters easily. I can feel my heart beating. I'm having a lot of fun though. This is quite the adrenaline rush. We are so close. 7 stars collide into a supernova or something. Dragius, will they clear the board? I don't think they can afford to. They're leaving themselves with a complete open. Did the break to drink water help? I think so. Welcome back, Heather. Okay. Interesting hand. We don't have a curry bot. But we can summon some monsters. Tribute summon 1. Now, we want to use the effect, but if they're running the Aqua engine and the Beast engine, how do I know what to play around? Ultimately, I think I just go with Clear Ice Dragon. I want to get my Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. We need to start cycling those in. And since they already have 4 Aqua normals, I'll go with Gazelle. Then I can summon the other Curry Bot and bring out Burning Blaze Dragon. Next up is activating our skill. We want to shuffle the Phoenix Dragon around, so we need to send a monster to the graveyard. Let's go ahead and ditch the final Clear Ice Dragon. Enter the battle phase and swing in. They didn't have anything last turn. It's still probably just a Ghost Cyclone. We swing in for over 4,000 damage. And their hands should be 2 level 7s. Otherwise they would have played a monster last turn. They summon Seahorse Carrier. There's nothing we could have done. They had way too many. We couldn't have cycled all of them away, no matter what we did. In a vacuum, which trap would be best for Arise? Recital. However, for this event, I think it's the wrong call. But the idea is that your monsters, like, you know, we have a 1600 and an 1800 on the board right now. So Barrier isn't going to actually save us. They're going to summon some Bungus Blaster with 2800 attack, and 400's not going to make a difference. Phantom Bind works kind of on similar logic, because when there's a field of multiple decks, not all of them are going to be weak to Phantom Bind. Kind of like this one. You can see they're running Dragius, but they have no dragons in the graveyard, apart from it. They are really spending their time thinking. I don't know how hard it is to summon Dragius and kill my board. Clearly, they need to invent, like, an entire academy dedicated to learning how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It would really help my, my win rate. Like, they surely did not mess up. Like, why are they taking so long? I feel like I'm being BM'd. If they spend longer in the duel, I get to play less games before the end of the event. And here comes Monster Reincarnation. Presumably tossing a high-level monster. I assume they have 2 level 7s. It's a Yami Ruler. So this is just an aggro deck. So the Gazelle wasn't part of the Beast Engine. It was just a guy. Alright, we get 7 stars. And another monster. It's the Gazelle. I am going to take a ton of damage here. However, if I draw low levels, I can win. I'm not dead. We've got most of our high level monsters in the graveyard. We just need to dodge spell and traps. Ghost Cyclone is the one spell I was willing to take. They've been holding on to this. I'm pretty sure it's also just a Ghost Cyclone. But here we go. Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. We get a monster. Next, we summon Kana. Ancient Arise. 1, 2. Activate the effect. Return cards? Yes. 1, 2. Destroy Dragius for free. Then we summon Dragorai. Enter the battle phase, and that's game. Speaking of Duel Academy, what do I think of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? That's my favorite one. I'm a big fan of Season 1 of GX specifically. The rest is take it or leave it. I want more Saturday morning cartoon shenanigans where it's just, you know, Crowler trying to get Jaden expelled, but then he wins a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, 39,600. With an extra 1,000 points, are we safe? There are only around 4 hours left. We're currently ranked with 39,600. That puts us at 46th. However, last hour, the rank 100 spot went up a full 1,000 points. If it does that 4 more times, we are not in. However, this is relatively good. Some people are probably going to give up. Some people might lose games and slide down. What I'm going to do is take a break and keep track of where we are. If things get a little bit too dicey, we might come back. $39,649. Is that enough? I'm gonna kick myself if I end up at like number 102. But we are calling it for now. Let's see if there's anyone on Twitch to raid. go to Duel Links and look for Rush players. Speed, Spanish, me, Speed, Rush, but not in English. And there is one person. Let's go see, make sure that they're not like saying slurs on stream. Oh, they're not even playing the Rush Festival. So we're just going to call it a day. Thank you everyone who tuned in. Oh, Heather says, love season 1, especially the first half up to the school duel. Yeah, I do like the Shadow Riders part as well. And since I'm heading off, feel free to DM me and we can continue the conversation. Everyone, have a good time. See you later. I might be back.